Good morning. Today is Sunday, May 21st. The time is approximately 9 a.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, and we're broadcasting to you live from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. Today's menu is a viewer's request for jambalaya, and we're also going to make falafel while the jambalaya is cooking. So let's get started. Jambalaya is a rice dish where a lot of different ingredients, vegetables, meats are combined, and the rice is cooked in a flavorful broth. You can almost think of it as a rice that is cooked in a very flavorful vegetable and meat broth, so that the rice is infused with a lot of yummy flavors, and it's so hearty to eat with all of the ingredients and flavors sitting in one bowl. So you can think of it as soul food. Every bite has all the flavors you need, and there isn't too much of a need for a lot of sides to go with it. Good morning, Death Vader, and how are you? That sounds lovely. You had Middle Eastern style dinner last night. Ah, wonderful. So what did you actually have? What kind of dishes did you have with your meal? And is this a restaurant or type of food you've tried before? So we're actually making falafel while the jambalaya is cooking. And this is actually the first time we've cooked jambalaya in this kitchen. I've actually never tried it in my life. I haven't been to a restaurant that serves it or found one. And so we're learning together. I will be cooking and sampling it for the first time ever, but I can already see from reviewing several recipes that the dish can only turn out tasty with all those flavors infused in the rice. Okay, Neomondes. And is that a popular restaurant in North Carolina? Is it a chain, or is it sort of kind of a Middle Eastern specialty that's in your district? Yeah. Well, let us know what you had, and maybe it's something. And if you ever want to make a request for it, let me know. And this jambalaya dish also did come up from Death Vader, who mentioned it quite a while back, and so I'm happy to finally feature it. And Death Vader has mentioned even more repeatedly pecan crusted salmon, which is what I wanted to ask you about. There are different recipes for it that while the base ingredients are salmon and pecan, the sauce that it's cooked in, it differs depending on the recipe. So I'm just sort of trying to find a common thread through them to understand what makes up pecan crusted salmon. We do have the pecans, we can get salmon, so just wondering what the common flavor is. I think I've seen some with mustard and some without, and that actually varies the taste quite a bit, because mustard is quite strong and it's quite, it's got a very pronounced acidic taste to it, so I wanted to just see if there was more of a traditional go-to pecan crusted salmon dish out there, so we can sort of get true to its I guess the intended recipe. Okay, it's chickpeas, onion, garlic, herbs, and spices. Okay, so that's falafel. Yes. So, yep, that sounds similar to the recipe we're going to use for our falafel. Fried in sunflower oil. I don't know the significance of that. We're using canola oil. Some shredded lettuce. Okay, diced tomatoes, Lebanese pickles. Okay, I wonder how that differs. I did try a pickle in a Middle Eastern restaurant. I think it was Iranian in background, and I think I had cabbage, and so it was a red cabbage, and the pickle was I think the vinegar turned that purple color into more of a pink. I remember that. Turnips, okay. Lemon tahini sauce, yum. Okay, so we're gonna start by just cutting all the vegetables that go into the jambalaya. I'll also be cutting up some extra onion as well for the falafel. And it is really a hearty dish, the jambalaya. So it's going to include onions. There's actually a couple types of jambalaya, probably more than a couple. On Wikipedia, jambalaya will describe two versions of it, a Louisiana style and a Creole style. The major difference between the two is that the Creole style has a very definite tomato taste to it. There is, I'm just going to grab a paper towel, we'll be needing those. Has quite a lot of tomato in it, canned tomato, including the fruit and the juice as part of the cooking liquid for the rice. Whereas the Louisiana style doesn't have tomato in it. And I'll be honest, I just used Wikipedia. Wikipedia also said that in general, Louisiana style cooking isn't very heavy on the tomato. So that's probably just, the reason why the recipe got adopted there, probably just because of flavor, or maybe the vegetable isn't, I'm not sure, but maybe it's just not a common, I'm going to say fruit, because tomatoes are fruit rather than a vegetable. That fruit isn't used in a lot of dishes. So yeah, there's that difference. There's probably more differences too, but that's the major difference. And in Creole style jambalaya, there's something called I think it's called either the Holy Trinity or the Trinity of vegetables used, and that's the combination of three major vegetables. Those are tomato, onion, and celery. Okay, so that's actually neat that there is a way to remember what goes in. Actually, I might have gotten one of those wrong. I think I did get one of those wrong. I think I did get one of those. I think it's celery, a red bell pepper, and onion. And then the tomato is, I think the tomato is if you're doing Creole style or Louisiana style. Yeah. So we're always cutting onions on this show. I like the onion, the taste of onion. They are healthy, and they're also they add a nice sweetness to your food. So I'm quite a fan of onion. When the recipe calls for onion, I add more. But I'm going to go easy on the onion for the falafel, because falafel, it has to be, just like Death Eater mentioned, the recipe involves a number of ingredients, and then everything gets grounded up, it gets blended, and it has to get packed into a ball shape or a patty shape. So think of it as a vegetarian meatball. In fact, it's a major vegetarian food item. It's tasty, and it's meat-free, and it does resemble a meatball or a meat patty once it's done. And so the trick with cooking anything that has to be bounded together is to ensure that you're working with ingredients that are not too wet to begin with. You don't want them wet, or else it will fall apart. And so often these ingredients or these recipes that involve binding into a ball or a patty shape, they often call for egg or breadcrumbs just to absorb. Well, the egg will help bind it because it's sticky, the breadcrumb will also help because it will absorb the excess moisture so that you can actually pack it together. So onion releases quite a bit of liquid. Yeah, and another wet ingredient going in the falafel is parsley. So that we just have to make sure all the liquids are absorbed. But we'll just focus on the jambalaya. And yes, tomato is a fruit. It's just that people call it vegetable all the time because it's used in savory cooking, and cooking savory dishes. And also, it's not commonly paired with or put in a fruit basket with your apples and oranges and bananas. Yeah, it just doesn't have that same sweet taste that other fruits have, but it is a fruit because the seeds are enclosed. I think a trick question was once brought up on a stream as to whether strawberries are fruit. The seeds are on the outside. Yeah. But yeah, for now I call it a fruit, but that's something interesting to look up and get it right. And Mr. Cook for Fun is up right now. I'm looking out at our raised garden beds. We planted all of our vegetable seedlings yesterday, and wanted to just give him a shout out and let him know that the toast is in the toaster, so which is outside of our frame. Yeah. So if you're following us on Twitter, we have a photo that was posted a couple days ago of our outdoor garden bed. And our garden bed is modeled after a German style called a Hugelkultur. It's a raised garden bed, and to be morbid, it sort of resembles a coffin. You've got your four sides of wood, but it's overground. It's above ground, overground, above ground, filled with soil. It's also got twigs inside. There's like, you can call it a recipe for combining your soil that goes in the garden bed. It's supposed to be very effective in growing your vegetables or whatever you're growing, because the soil is very rich, and the way that the twigs and the branches are inserted in the middle of the soil composition, it will retain moisture more than your traditional garden beds just on the ground. I'm not sure, we've never done this before, so this is a project, so we shall see and post updates. We can do, I don't know how, because we don't have one on the ground to compare this versus that. Good morning, Kent0456. Let's cook for fun. Yes, and I see you on Twitter as well, and noticed that you made this lovely banana bread. That made me hungry because I haven't had that in a while. Banana bread is so good. Just the sweetness you get from the banana, in a way, like banana sweetens in a way that's different from other fruits. It's not like, it doesn't get sour, or it's not tart or sour like cranberry or sour apple. It just sweetens so lovely. It's almost like it's caramelizing in its own fruit. It's so nice. The taste of banana. So I love banana bread. I actually watched a YouTube video. I think it was YouTube. Could have been Dig, but a video on bananas. And there are chefs that actually like cooking with blackened bananas. And they don't consider those bananas have gone bad. They have gotten super, super sweet. And they might have developed a different flavor, but it's not rotten. It's actually not rotten. So I'll actually try to look that up because I find that interesting. I haven't tried it myself, cooking with black bananas. What I've tried though is freezing bananas. When I can't finish the bananas, they've gone ripe, and We have frozen our bananas, but once we freeze them and defrost them, they actually turn black right away. So you can, and we use those to cook our banana bread, muffins. So you can cook with blackened bananas. Oh, good morning, Holine Bling. Welcome to. Oh, that was you. Sorry, I was looking at the chat and I didn't know this. The blue. I didn't notice you as a new viewer in the chat. So welcome to our channel. I'm so sorry you've been on for quite some time. And just to let you know, we're making jambalaya, which is a rice dish that combines broth, like a beef broth, or a chicken broth, or a combination of both. We're adding onion, bell pepper, celery, and canned tomato, including the juices in there. That would make it Creole style. And a bit of Cajun seasoning, which I made on my own. I didn't buy it. I just combining the spices to do our own. And we're going to add honey garlic sausage, some turkey meat, and bacon. Yeah, so welcome to our show. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. The flags above my head represent countries that viewers have tuned in from. Since our show started, we're actually running out of space. I think there's a flag that has been cut off. So we're going to add the flags to the sides of our screen. We got to do that soon. We just didn't get around to the coding part, but that will be reflected in due course as our show progresses, hopefully next week. So let us know where you're tuning in from, Holine Bling, and welcome to our show. And 1 second, I'm getting a beckoning from Mr. Cook for Fun for some utensils. Yeah, Mr. Cook for Fun doesn't come into the frame, so he's got peanut butter up his toast. Thank you. Once we've seen the hand appear in the frame. Okay, you're from the U.S. and you're joined by Death Vader from North Carolina. Kent 0456 is tuning in from Singapore. They are in a different time zone. They're in the PM. It's 9:17, I believe. I could be off by an hour, but 9:17 p.m. in Singapore. So it's almost time to go over there. Almost time to go to sleep. And Kent 0456 actually came from Costa Rica as one of our viewers and then moved to Singapore and continued to watch the stream after moving over to Singapore. And we were just talking about, the banana bread that he made, saying that he normally cooks instant noodles, but he's getting into cooking after well, I don't want to be the reason for it, but he did mention that the show has provided some cooking encouragement. So, that's a wonderful compliment. If that's, I'm sure there's more influences. You've got coworkers and friends and family. You mentioned your mother used to use a pasta cranker. That's the lingo, pasta cranker. I don't know the real name for a manual pasta maker. Yeah, so we just call it the pasta cranker, easier to say. Used to make pasta, and your dad used to make a saffron rice. So, lots of cross-cultural cooking on this show all the time. And the jambalaya is a Creole dish. Yeah, so the onion preparation part's always a bit slow on this show. But once we get these vegetables chopped up, we will, I think we'll be able to move the stream along and get the cooker on. So we're actually making this in the rice cooker. Yeah, that's another way of making jambalaya. It's traditionally done on a stove top. You have to watch it so that the rice doesn't stick to the sides of your pan. With a rice cooker, you don't really have to worry about that. And then while that's cooking, I can work on the falafel. So I like that, being able to cook more for you. And also not, I think, just not worry about having rice stuck to the pan, because it means that you have some food wastage. It also means a more difficult cleanup job ahead of you. So just going to get my onion peels. I find it funny. Onion peels look like paper. I mean, technically, I think it should be a dried version of the onion, but it turns into, I don't know. I don't know if it's dried onion or it's just, yeah, I would think it is, but I'm not sure. It looks very different from the actual vegetable. So, yeah, I'm just going to dice these up. Or I might even do a rough chop, we'll see. Yeah. So, In which part of the US are you from, Whole Line Bling? I might have seen you on a few streams ago, but it's but it's nice to, if you're returning, nice to have you back, or if you're new, welcome again. Do you cry when you cut onions? I do, but it's hit or miss. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I don't know why. Don't know if it means that the onions are stronger in terms of whatever that I don't know, whatever that chemical is that causes tears. Or if I've gotten used to it, or if these are old onions. I bought a large sack of onions quite some time ago. I'm going to guess a month and a half ago. I don't know. And I use old onions. I just clean them up, take off the parts that have gone bad. No problem doing that. So I'm slicing them. I just write rough notes when I'm following my recipe and cooking along. I'm not strictly following the vegetable content. Sort of going to just imagine what combination sort of goes well. Like, I like onion a lot, so I'm going to use quite a bit of that. Yeah. So I'm going to save a little bit only for the falafel. We'll see. So for the falafel, we're putting that in a food processor. That has to get grounded up fine. Yeah, so we're gonna use just this much. That's actually kind of a lot, but we'll see how we go. And this is a lot of onion too. Yeah, we'll see if we use it all. It's got excited when I was getting all the ingredients together. It might be a bit on the heavy side. We'll see. Oh, you tried to ask at Neomonte for your falafel without onions. Yeah, it's often already combined. I'm not sure if they made it without it, but my recipe that I'm using says you put it in. So were you able to get it without onion? And I did miss Kent's message. Sorry about that. I missed it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, about the banana bread. Yeah. So if you haven't made it before, it's not a bad idea just to follow the recipe down to a T or down over to the letter. You don't know how it's gonna, you don't know how sweet it's gonna turn out. And if you're not used to making a lot of cakes, you might not be familiar with what the portion might, the outcome might turn out in terms of sweetness. Every time I see a recipe calling for a full cup of sugar, I usually cut that down. 1 cup of sugar, you can imagine, is very, very sweet. And it means your cake will be likewise sweet. And often a lot of cakes are sweet. For Mother's Day, my brother brought over a cake, and it was sweet, but it's tasty. So if you like that, then follow the recipe. If you, because if you're coming from Costa Rica, as I recall, the cake, yeah, the Costa Rican cooking isn't very heavy on the the sugar level or the amount of spice. A lot of the flavors come naturally out of the foods itself. I guess I tried cake because I had my wedding cake in Costa Rica. It wasn't very sweet, but I noticed too the savory dishes, they don't add a lot of spices. And I think it's because, and I was told this by a wedding planner, not our wedding planner, but one that we had called out when we were shopping around, who said that the food in a lot of the food, a lot of the vegetables and fruits are grown locally because Costa Rica just has such a lush environment that promotes growth and excellent fruit and vegetables, and a lot and a lot of the food is not imported. Because of that, I think they can ripen longer before they are harvested for consumption, or I guess commercial sale. Whereas when outside of a tropical climate like Canada, where a lot of our fruits and vegetables are imported, tomatoes, for instance, are often picked when they're green, and then somewhere in the distribution line, there is a chemical that is poured on top of the green tomatoes to turn them red. So we can go to a supermarket, buy red tomatoes, but they don't feel ready. They feel hard. They feel really, really firm. So I find that, so I know that they didn't come straight off of the vine, because we are growing tomatoes now, and we'll pick them when they're red, and they won't feel that hard. So a lot of the foods are naturally quite flavorful in Costa Rica. So if you're not used to things that are very, very sweet, like you're more used to the natural flavor, and then try initially by cutting the sugar by, if you want to just be on the safe side, cut it by 25%. Do that. That usually tends to be the low sugar option in a lot of foods. When you buy them and they say, this item has been made with less sugar, or yeah. And with sodium, you can try like 10% less, like the less sodium version. When we had our 100th viewer celebration stream earlier in late winter, early spring, we made this Swiss walnut tart, and I did cut the sugar by about 25 to 30%, and it was good too. And for my Japanese cheesecake recipe, I cut the sugar by 50%. Yeah, just my parents, they are also reducing their sugar level. 25 is usually safe to keep the taste, and so you can experiment. Yeah. Hi, AR Maestro 83. Welcome back to our show. I think I'm noticing a different spelling in your username with lowercase rather than caps. But I recognize the same name, so I know it's you. Welcome back to our show. Yeah, how's it going? And he said the trick, they say, is to wash them to get the scent off so they won't affect when you're cutting them. The smell won't make you tear. Okay. That's a good tip. Yeah, I think it's a universal comment about onions, is that they make people cry. So I'm going to go with that much. I have some extra. I could cut them all up. Or I'll save them. I'll save them to, I'm going to cut them all up, but I'm going to save them for our falafel. Yeah. So these ones are going to go in the blender and go right into falafel. And I'm going to cut up, I'm going to save some extra diced onions to use as a topping for our falafel with pita. And I'm falling behind. And another trick too, I learned this from a host that I was staying with in Japan. My husband and I, they were so nice. The host, they prepared a sukiyaki dinner, which is a form of communal cooking at the family table in Japan, where there is a cooker on the table. It's like a non-stick, kind of shallow pan cooker with a lid. They put a sauce. I think it's a teriyaki sauce, which is a combination of soy and sugar and maybe some other flavor and garlic and sesame oil. And they had all these sliced pieces of fatty beef and other meats, and they had a variety of vegetables. So we were doing that at the table, and they had these onions. They looked like these onions, and the family was eating them raw as a condiment with their food. And I joined them in doing that, and I noticed that they didn't have that spiciness to it. They were very, very mild, even more mild than red onion. And I mentioned that I like these onions. I can eat them raw, and they don't feel, I guess, I don't know if the word is spicy, but they don't feel oniony. And the host just told us that they had soaked their onions, they washed their onions, and that took that away. And that seemed really, really smart. So that is a good tip, AR Maestro. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, because that's the first time I was in Japan where I heard about that tip. So it is fun to share with other cultures. I don't know if that's particular to Japan, but I've just never heard of anyone soaking their onions in order to make them edible in a raw state. Okay, I'm just gonna use this to put our diced onions in. Let me catch up. Your dogs are racing, Deathly. That's great, Smitty. Oh, 3 to 9 seconds. Times are Smitty start finish times are 3 to 9. That is really fast. 3 to 9 seconds. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, how long is that dash? Wow. And how is your other dog, Lukey Man, doing? I know that Lukey Man had a dog bruise in one of the races, so it's been maybe about 3 weeks since that's happened. So, yeah. I hope the Lukey Man is doing well and back in the race with its fellow friends. Yeah. That's right. You know, about the storing the onions, Maestro, so in my cupboard, I had a large, I think 10-pound bag of onions, and I had showed it on one of the streams. And you know, I thought that I'm always cooking onions, and I thought I might as well grab 20 onions, peel them all up, and put them through the food processor. Be done with it. And store them in the fridge. I should do that because I'm always working with onions, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't also, I just haven't really done that. I don't have a reason not to. I should do it. Okay. I'll do a rough chop for these. These will go in the blender later for the falafel. Okay. Rough chop. Okay. Good. Put them together. That's okay, because I'm going to decide how much will go in the jambalaya. And okay. Now let's cut up our, okay. I wanted to say that I want to cut up our meat. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'm going to have to wash this, get the meat juices off, and then go back to the vegetables. I want to get the onions and the sausage sauteing, so I want to start that. Okay. Only 1 cup, add 2 for good measure. Hi there, Luco Rivers. How are you? Oh, everyone's username is showing up in lowercase. It could be probably on my end with my Streamlab widget that enhances the font so that I don't have to like stare. Great, how's it going? We just planted the seedlings in our raised garden bed, and the picture of our garden bed is on Twitter. The planted seedlings, they're not on Twitter yet. I'll take a photo after this show. But we have a lot of zucchinis. I think we have approximately 15 zucchini plants. So, and my husband did say, what do we do with the zucchini? That's a lot. I said, Luca River says to turn them into zucchini relish. So Mr. Cooper Fun isn't quite a fan of pickles and anything vinegary. So, but they make wonderful presents to give pickled items to people. And so does, pickles make good presents. And so does a flavored oil. Hi there, Wicked Fairy. Sorry, it took me a long time to get down to you in the chat. I did see when I glanced over someone saying hi to you. Yeah, Death Vader. Yeah, I was sort of going in order. That is a lot of onions. Okay, I'm gonna do around 2 cups, or I'll just eyeball it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out of order and cut up the half defrosted sausage. I thought about cooking our sausage first, but then thought this is a technique I quite like. So let me show you. Okay. So I forgot to. I would normally defrost meat in the fridge 2 nights before using it. For sausage, maybe 1 night. I actually forgot to defrost it, so I took it out this morning around 7 o'clock, 2 hours ago, and I thought, okay, I've got to, I'll just boil it down and then cut it. But what I decided to do instead was to just let it defrost in the fridge. And so it is about 60 to 70% defrosted. When it's half defrosted, it's easy to cut, it's easy to cube. When it's very soft, it goes gooey on you when you cut it, and it's harder to cut. So, like, it's not hard, it's just, you get more precision when it's half. So this is a bit gooey, this one, you can see. Yeah, but if it were to be half defrosted, it would be firmer, and I can do it faster. So I wanted to show that technique. It turned out to be a little bit over defrosted than I wanted, but I wanted to mention that on the stream. And a trick that my mom does when she grounds her own meat in the food processor, she uses a regular food processor to ground meat. She doesn't have a meat grinder. She likes to also have her meat half frozen before she puts it right through the food processor. You sort of have to pulse it so that you don't break the blades, because it's not designed for grinding meat, but she's been doing that for ages. And the meat just goes through, and you have less of a gummy mess when your meat is half frozen and you're putting it through the food processor. It's easy to clean. So that's sort of, I wanted to show you that. I think the conventional way would have been to fry the sausage, but I'm actually I want to try this method where it's raw. Thank you so much for the follow, Jajun Panda. Welcome to our show. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're an international community. So I think we have a number of people from the U.S., different parts. I think we've got North Carolina, Delaware. I think we have California, if I'm not mistaken. No, we don't. It's a California. Michigan, but I might be wrong. And we have a viewer from Singapore who hails from Costa Rica and previously from Italy. And I'm broadcasting from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. So I'm in the same time zone as New York. Okay. Eastern Standard Time Zone. Okay. So there. Okay, this is all got meat juice in it. And this was my husband's expensive knife from Japan. I used it on purpose because it's nice and sharp. It's barely been used. Yeah, so came out a bit gummy, not really pretty. It would have been nicer if it was actually half frozen. I think it was 30% frozen. Save the onions. Yes. Okay, I will. Nothing gets thrown out. Sukiyaki. Yes, that was fun. And just having that with the host family in a family setting rather than going to a restaurant made our travel experience more enriching culturally, and just being able to do what the locals do, have a family home dinner. Yes, like a plan for this. So how can we do a sukiyaki meal or some sort of a communal dining with the Twitch community? There's all types of communal eating. Yeah, cleaver time, yes. That's sort of signature to our show. So in 3 9 seconds, sorry, did you say that was Smitty or CJ? I think you said CJ. It's the she, okay. She goes over 4 small hurdles, turns to the box, goes back over the same. Wow, she's fast. 3 from 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's less than a second per hurdle. Wow. Oh no, so that's 8. That's 8 hurdles. Wow, champion dogs. You must be really, really proud. Hey, Wicked Fairy. Okay, Jejun Panda's from Michigan. Hi, Elmira. How's it going? I was looking. I know you want me to make Belgian pralines on the show. That's definitely a challenge, and to find good Belgian chocolate. So I do have to hunt for that. So the chocolatiers use a tempering machine to temper their chocolate. A do it at home hack is to use a microwave or to use thermometers and your cooking pot. I haven't. I'm going to do more research. I do have a good friend in Malaysia who's really into chocolate. He actually harvests his own cocoa beans. Being in Malaysia, similar to Singapore and Costa Rica, the environment is really lush. Everything grows, and he grows his own cocoa beans and has all the equipment for roasting the beans and actually making real chocolate from scratch. So I'm going to get some tips from my friend in Malaysia. Yeah, speaking of cocoa beans, when I was in Costa Rica, we went to this farm that had cocoa beans, and I think the word, I don't know what language it is, but the word for cocoa beans has something to do with food from the gods. It's a very, very I don't know how to express myself, but it's a ingredient that has a lot of history, like a lot of history, and it is it's a very, I'm going to use the word beloved, but I don't know if that's the right word to describe it, but it's got a lot of history to it, cocoa bean, and it is something that was viewed as coming from the gods. This was what I learned when we visited the farm in Costa Rica. This was near the volcano, so yeah, central north part. Yes, okay. I'm well, Sibo3E. How are you? Welcome back to our show. Yeah, from all over. Yay, that's right. I fly ball team called Border Patrol in Rockton, Ontario. Okay, Rockton, Ontario. Okay, I'll look that up. I'm not familiar with Rockton, but it's always fun to learn about more places in your nearby. Has a team record. 4 dogs. Whoa. Wow. Great. You don't feel well, Sibo. You feel very bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, I hope that you get much needed rest. Yeah, and take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, and hope that the positivity in this community could help cheer you up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Treat yourself. Treat yourself today so that you feel better. Or change to white asparagus with smoke. Okay, okay. Thank you. But I was going to say that I do want to try this recipe you suggested, Almeria, called the Dutch Brother, which is a cake made out of yeast with brown sugar filling in it. So I'm interested in that. So you did mention that. Yeah. Yeah, white asparagus with smoked eel. Wow, very exotic. We can buy eel here. How to smoke it? Never tried smoking, but would be interested to learn. White asparagus, I actually don't see that here. I might have seen it frozen, but not fresh. White sugar turned brown due to the due to the almonds. Okay, so I'm going to wash my hands, and we're going to start caramelizing or sautéing the meat and even some bacon too, while I go ahead with the other vegetables. Okay, so just switch it over to the other view quickly. Yep. And if you can't hear me, let me know. I've decided to put the mic closer to the center. You're going to hear the water. So that I don't have to move the mic all the time. I'm always moving the mic, but I think that by turning up the volume and moving it to the center of the room, it will pick up. Yep. Okay. So we're going to heat up the sausage and the onions. Typically the sausage used is called, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's spelled Andouille, like andouille. I think it's pronounced andouille, but I'm not sure. Andouille sausage. I'm using, I don't have that, and I'm not able to access that easily where I live. So I'm using honey garlic sausage, a very simple sausage made of pork flavored with honey and garlic. And I quite like this sausage. So that's sort of an example of substitution that I do. I'm almost always substituting all the time on this show. And I'm just going to get some oil. This is olive oil to one side. And it's not quite hot yet. I'm going to saute the onions, and I'm going to eventually mix everything together. Everything gets mixed. Okay. Yeah, so this is okay. And just catching up on the chat. Okay. So I hear that sizzle. It's not super hot yet. And I'm going to keep this, once the stove is fired up, I'm going to finish cutting the other vegetables. I'm going to lower the heat because my back will be to it. So the recipe would say to cube your sausage. It doesn't really matter. It's cubed because the jambalaya dish involves a lot of ingredients that will just be mixed into the rice. My mother, when she makes rice that's mixed with all your meat, your vegetables, so that you don't have to separately add them to your bowl of plain rice, she calls that baby rice because everything is already cut up and mixed into your bowl that you just need a spoon and you can go ahead and eat it. She calls that baby rice. That's what she calls it. Her version of jambalaya. Okay, so I hear that nice sizzling. We're going to, I did touch raw with this, so I'm just going to use the back. I'm going to lower it. It's a bit high so that we don't get burnt onion. So you. And for the recipe, which calls for 2 cups of rice, we're actually doing 3. I have guests coming over tonight. I have my childhood friend whom I've known since we were 10 years old. She's bringing her husband over. So we've got a larger party tonight. So we're doing 3 cups of rice. Yeah, I love onion. It's gonna go in. Okay, that's good. Okay. So I'm going to turn that really low because my back is going to be to it. And I'll fire it up once that is a lot of onion. But it adds a sweetness to it. I do love the taste of onion. All right. Let's go back to the front and cut up our vegetables. And as I mentioned, so we're on low heat. Yes, we are. Okay. We have the meat juice on it, and we have, I could take this out. Let me do this for fun. Let me take out our large butcher block, just because, just to add some visual variety on the show. I don't like using this. It's not fun to wash because it doesn't fit in the sink. I like these small ones, or even the plastic IKEA ones. They fit in the sink. Yeah, yesterday I was washing a pan and the handle doesn't fit in the sink, and I have to leave it off to the side and soak it a bit. Yeah, okay, so we've got our cleaver. It didn't touch any raw juice, and we're going to do 3 colors of pepper. Okay, thank you. You just whispered me a recipe for the spice mix I need. Okay, and what is that spice mix for? Is that for your eel recipe or a different recipe? But I do want to do the Dutch brother because I'll be honest, I see these seeds here. I'm gonna salvage some. I'm gonna try to plant these. I know it's a bit late in the season to do some seeding, but it's very warm lately, so I'll try planting these seeds inside. So let me put that on a tissue. Yeah. Ooh. So I'll tell you something funny. After, for one of Death Vader's viewer requests, or his belated birthday stream, we did bow tie pasta with red pepper and sausage, and the red peppers were so delicious. They were more red than this. They were like as red as Almaria's color for the font. It was like a really deep wine red. It was so sweet and delicious. I saved the seeds. So we had a little box that we were growing some. I think we were growing some peppers in there, like hot peppers. And over a couple of weeks, nothing had started to grow. Like nothing had grown. We thought maybe they're just not going to grow. Maybe it's too cold and they won't grow. And so in that box, I stuck those red pepper seeds in there. Then later we had lots of growth. But we're not sure which plant or which seeds grew. If it was the hot pepper seeds that were taking its time, or if it was the red pepper seeds. So we shall see. We'll find out. I guess in a month, once the vegetables outside start to grow. So I'm going to dice up these peppers. I actually cut up the red pepper because I like red pepper very much. And I'm just going to do a little bit of yellow and a little bit of orange. I also like to do like all 3 colors just to put the color. I think that when your food has color, it's more appetizing. It looks better, so you think it will taste better that way. And also because the stream is two-dimensional. You can't see, you can't smell, taste, and feel the food. So by giving you more color on the screen, it's more, it'll be more appealing to you guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to do the Dutch butter and smorgasbord of peppers. I've seen that word before, and I attended a smorgas, I don't even know how to say it, smorgasbord in New York. It's the part of New York where you have to cross a bridge. I think it's Brooklyn. Yeah, Brooklyn. It's in Dumbo. It's called Dumbo. Is it down under Manhattan Bridge? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think I got that acronym spelled out correctly, but I went to a smorgasbord there. Never looked up what that means, but I know it. I know what it kind of means. It's like an array of assortment. Yeah, I went to a food smorgasbord in Brooklyn once. Yeah. And it was fun. But I gotta say that the ethnic variety on this show was more than at the smorgasbord in New York. So I enjoy that. And I enjoy getting the requests from the viewers to further learn more. Yeah. So Kent0456, as I was mentioning, for the Swiss nut tart that we made for our 100 viewers stream, it was such a unique, it was not unique, but it was so interesting because for the nut tart, the crust, it was a basic pie crust recipe, but the recipe called for some lemon zest to go right in the crust. I didn't have lemon. I had tangerine orange, so I just substituted the citrus, just the orange for the lemon, and cut it up into bits and put it right in the crust. And it was so good because when you're eating your tart, you know, the nuts inside had caramel in it, but usually the crust, it's buttery, it's tasty and it's flaky, but it doesn't have much more taste than that. But to bite into it and taste a little bit of the orange, right? That was nice. And then from then on, every time I make apple pie, I put a little bit of like orange zest in it or rind in it, and it gives a nice, yeah, it just gives a nice taste. And it's also visually appealing because the color of pastry could be boring if it's just beige, and then you have a hint of that, you know, hint of that orange color showing through. It adds a bit of personality to it. Mm-hmm. You missed the green bell pepper. Yes, I didn't get any because I bought a package of these peppers and it didn't have green in it. And also I think that green is very, very common, so I thought put the other colors in, but the recipe actually does say green pepper, so go ahead and use that. Yeah. Yeah, I was lucky to buy this package with the colored peppers, but in terms of green, we will garnish with some parsley, so the green will be there, because green and red are very nice in the same dish because they're opposites on the color wheel. The opposite of red is green, so it's good to, when you put that in it, the colors just stand out together. So we will put a bit of, this is actually coriander. I substitute parsley with coriander because we'll probably make a salsa, a pico de gallo later. At some point, when I buy a bunch of parsley, I don't use it up. And cilantro, it's a bit different, but it's not a bad substitute. Many things put into one dish. Yeah. Most of the time it's leftover for dinner you put into one meal. That's right. Hi there, D-Mankin 2000. How are you? And welcome to Cook for Fun. Yeah. and let us know what country you're tuning in from. We are an international cooking community. Belgium, US, different parts of the US, Singapore, but formerly from Costa Rica and Italy, and we're in Canada right now. Yeah, and the countries above my head represent those viewers have tuned in from since our show started. Yeah. So we have some onions and some sausages, sauteing slowly. In the background, we're going low and slow with those. Yeah. I do that because my back is often or I'm not looking at the frying pan when I'm cooking lots of foods. So it's also for safety reasons, so I don't burn and set off the fire alarm. So there, the rainbow. I should have to turn it this way. There's more red here. It's actually has 3 lines. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go over to give the meat a stir. You're from the US. Wonderful. Yeah, which part of the US are you from? And yeah. Okay. Oh, so the meat actually looks cooked. Okay. So that's great. So they're cooked, but it's got a bit of browning, so that's great. Okay, so I'll keep it on there on low, and I'll increase the temperature once I return to this with the peppers. Okay, great. Put these aside, and we're going to cut up some celery. So these are actually celery hearts. They're the middle of the celery. I actually like the middles of the celery the most. They're sweeter in taste, and this celery is quite old, but I gave it a bite. It's okay. It hasn't gone bad, and it's nice and sweet. I love celery hearts, the middle parts. So that's going to be nice. Yeah, that we have the sweet onions going. And I find too that the red pepper is sweeter than the green pepper. I mean, it could be a visual thing. I think that because it's red, it looks sweeter for some reason to me. But I do find that. Yeah, so I bit this, so I'm going to eat that later. And another thing is, I did mention I bought cilantro as a substitute for parsley because I'm not. I do that a lot. But the leaves of celery are also considered parsley substitutes. So I'm going to use these leaves in our falafel. So I'm going to keep those. Yeah. So that's a good tip, that your celery leaves are parsley substitutes. Okay. I'm going to eat this. It's really, really good. This is the heart of the celery. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Okay. I should have more celery, but I kind of ran out, so we're using what we have. So in making jambalaya, celery, pepper, and onion are major ingredients. They're known as the holy trinity of vegetables. And for those newly tuned in, we're doing a Creole style jambalaya. And there are many, many versions of jambalaya. And so we're just picking the basic ingredients and putting those together. Some of them will call for beef broth, some will call for chicken. Some will say to use like ham, and some won't. So there's quite a variety. I think in the end, it's really a combination of the basic vegetables, and you can tweak them to suit your taste or what's available in your market. And I'll just dice these up. I actually don't think these need to be cooked up. They taste great raw. They're sweet, these celery hearts, but it's also a hassle to, I'd rather just put everything in the pot and just turn on the switch, and we're doing a rice cooker version. We're not doing it on the stove top. We're gonna let that cook on its own. We're gonna do the easy version. And it also sounds like I'm promoting the rice cooker because I did the same thing for other recipes that we did recently in the rice cooker. It's not the first time. I did a rice pudding in the rice cooker. I did what else did I do? I did a lemon, like a coconut lemongrass rice with cardamom and star anise, some cloves for another moderator's birthday. I did that in the rice cooker. I do that way. If it frees me up to work on another cooking dish. Hey Toxic, how's it going? The cottage pie was great. Yeah, and leftovers were wonderful to have for our lunches the following day. And I did get asked, I think by Luco Rivers, about the layer of mashed carrot that went in the middle. And that was nice. So my husband tried it. He noticed right away that it tasted sweet. I think he grew up eating more cottage pie. If you're in the US, cottage pie is also known as shepherd's pie. So in the UK, shepherd's pie is made with lamb, and it's got its name because the shepherd would be shepherding their lamb on the field. So it's a lamb-based pie. Cottage pie is where you use you can use different meats. So because we use beef, it's actually technically called cottage pie. So we made a shepherd's pie made with beef. We actually also added some pork to it. I sort of, what was left in the freezer, wanted to clean it out. And also it's blending flavors also is really, really nice. So we made a cottage pie with pork and beef. And we, instead of just doing your standard meat layer and your potato layer, we added a middle layer of carrot, mashed carrot, and that was very nice. I do like the sweet flavors that we've got. We've got a lot of onion going on right now in the back. You can see it in that way in the corner, and I quite like that too. So that layer of mashed carrot was very nice. I recommend it. Or just slice it up if you don't want to mash it, but it blends in a lot easier when it's all mashed up. Yeah, there's no potatoes today. No, there aren't. Yep. Yeah. I was thinking about the taro fries I made last time, and I think I need to give that another chance. I don't think I could. My mom later used my cut up taro to. I'm going to add carrot to it. It's not traditionally added to Creole, but again, I like sweet vegetables, so carrots come out sweet. So I'm just going to cut this up. And I mentioned last week that I don't tend to peel my carrots because the outer layer, I just wash them. The outer layer is nutritious. All the nutrients are packed under the epidermal layer of the vegetable. For potatoes, for any vegetables and fruits, like if you don't mind eating the peels on your apples, don't bother peeling it, just eat the apples straight. Then all the nutrients are packed under the skin, so it's good for you. I'm just dicing it up, yeah. Topatos. Potatoes, you say potato, I say potato, potatoes, potatoes. And now we have topatos, tomato, topatos. Or tummy toes. Tummy toes. Okay. I think that we have all the vegetables cut up. So, and now how do I carry this over? It's so heavy. So I'm going to switch it over to the oven view, and we're gonna throw those in. I think, yeah, we're just gonna do that. I'm just gonna carry it over. The good thing about the cleaver is that the cleaver can pick up up a lot of vegetables just by scooping it. It's great. So I don't need to cook these for too long on the stove top because they will cook in the rice cooker while the rice is cooking. The rice takes approximately 45 minutes. And by then the vegetables will be fully cooked. But we're doing this to sweat the vegetables to get some of the sweetness out of them. If I can get a bit of goldening on them, that would be nice, but we shall see. Okay. Flex the muscle. Yeah, I didn't. I just went the easy method by using the cleaver rather than picking it up. Hi there, Avidyasatva. How are you? You're here in China. Over here in China, I always feel I have to peel my apples because I keep them as they are openly in the market, and it feels unhygienic to eat the peel. This is a common notion in China that your water you can't drink tap water. You have to boil it, let it cool down first before you drink it. You have to really clean things because it's such a big country. The standards are different. You can be very clean or not very clean because the country is so big. With so many provinces, so many ethnic minorities, so many practices, so many cooking practices going on in this big country that to be on the safe side, people like things to be washed. And in China too, I went there and I lived there for 4 months. I studied Mandarin in Beijing, and my uncle's friend picked me up from the airport and sort of hosted me for a couple of nights. And she had this detergent for washing fruits and vegetables. She used that. We just wash it with plain water here in Canada, but I've seen that. I think it's not uncommon for that to happen in some countries. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, if you're not confident about the hygiene, then you'll have to peel it. Thanks so much for the follow. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, I can see it now. Can this work today? I think that's what I read. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, we were just talking about China too. Also, when you go to the restaurants, some of the nicer restaurants, your dishes, your teacup and your saucer and your bowl and your dish will come shrink wrapped. Yeah, a lot of the restaurants, they outsource a company to shrink wrap their dining ware, as the customers don't think it's hygienic to just they trust it if it's been shrink wrapped by an external company rather than the dish arriving the way it is. Okay, you're from the U.S. Thank you for letting us know. We've got a number of people tuning in from the U.S. What part of the U.S. are you from? We're in Canada here. We have a viewer from China. We have England. Toxics from the U.K. I'm from Canada. We have Belgium, Singapore, but formerly Costa Rica. And we have a lot of people from the U.S. and from different parts of the U.S. North Carolina, Michigan, Delaware. Yeah. And I think California too. So the problem with apples is that the big corporate companies will inject chemicals. Oh, wow! I didn't know that they were injected. Okay, I'm gonna lower it up. Okay, so we've definitely got some browning going on. I think that's with some onions.
forgot one thing. So I'm gonna keep the heat low. I forgot to add the bacon. Yes, so let's add some bacon. Okay. It's not too much bacon, just, yeah, I've got a lot more bacon in the freezer. Oh, this is actually very little bacon. We'll just throw that in. Okay. And it's semi-frozen too. Okay. You know what? I'm going to quickly cut this up because it's half frozen and show you. Yeah, it's a lot of vegetable. That's right. So that's one thing about me. I don't go heavy on the meat. We also have shrimp that's going in there. We've got some turkey as well going in there. So I'm just dicing up some bacon. Yeah, it's not a lot. I do have more bacon, but we do have quite a medley of meat going on. I'll go in. Okay. Oh, we actually might be done with the cutting board. Yeah, I think we might be done with the cutting board. Oh, need some soap. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna let the bacon saute on its own. I'll give it a little bit of mix, but I'm going to open our can of tomatoes, prep our rice, and our Cajun seasoning. Okay, I'm doing the Cajun seasoning from scratch. I didn't buy Cajun seasoning, but there's many recipes online. So many recipes on different versions of Cajun seasoning. So I'm just doing our own using some basic ingredients. Okay, so I'll give that, so I'm gonna so I'm on low because my back is gonna be to it, and it's gonna go in the middle. I don't want these vegetables or meats to blacken because it's not healthy. A viewer mentioned in our last stream that when the food becomes black from cooking, it's considered a carcinogen. It's not good for you. So toasting is fine, but don't let your food turn black. Yeah, we have a bit of blackened onions there already. So okay, so I'll leave that there. We'll go back to the front. We're just doing some quick prep for the Cajun seasoning. Okay, so let's do our Cajun seasoning. Okay. Our Cajun seasoning. I'm going to actually get a clear bowl so you can see. Clear bowl. So for our Cajun seasoning, we are I'm going to get my quarter teaspoon. There is a certain ratio of certain ingredients that use more of than the other, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. There's so little of it going into the pot that I'm just going to approximate a quarter teaspoon for each ingredient. So a quarter teaspoon of salt. Gonna add pepper, and I'll probably add more pepper to the pot as well. I actually didn't even add salt and pepper to the vegetables back there, which my husband would say is an absolute no-no. So before he sends me a text, I'm gonna this is just a little bit less than a teaspoon, just throw that on. Yeah, and some pepper too. Okay. Okay. And okay, I'll just show you all the ingredients. Okay. There are different recipes for Cajun seasoning, but so we've added salt, pepper. I'm going to Show you, I've got some onion powder. I even have white pepper, I don't need that. Garlic powder, paprika, and oregano. Oh, what is this? This is a salt pig. It's actually called a salt pig. I guess this is a snout. And in it there is a shovel to get your salt. Yeah, and we keep it, we usually just keep it at the corner of the kitchen. It's, to be honest, it's kind of like a decorative piece. I don't think the fact that it's made of clay does, oh, it's from Jamie Oliver. It says Jamie Oliver underneath it. It's just one of the things that my husband picked up. He likes to pick up things that are different. So it's a salt pig. Looks like one of those air vent thingies on old boats. Interesting. Yeah, it does. So yeah, I just have a bunch of spices, garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, and oregano. So, you know, I don't even know if I'm going to use my spoon. I might just shake away. If you're wondering, I actually don't have any chili powder or chili flakes here. I'm going to add that to taste later because one of my guests that are coming over for dinner tonight can't take any spice. So I've got the black pepper in, but I'm going to hold off on the red chili just so that we can all enjoy it. And everyone else can just add it to taste on the side. So yeah, oregano. Okay. And if you're wondering, I love these. These are sealing rods. Yeah, sealing rods. I'll put them on again. I got these from China. I got these from AliExpress. I ordered quite a bit of things off that site. It's kind of like eBay, but it's in China. It's very good. I prefer it over eBay. AliExpress is really, really good. So just some paprika in there. Garlic powder. Oh, hi, Fresh You. How are you? Welcome to our channel. Thanks for tuning in. I haven't seen you in the chat before, so welcome. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, so garlic powder. And you mentioned that, yeah, the clay might absorb that. That's probably true. Yeah, I'll look into that. So in some Chinese restaurants, the bottom of the salt shaker bottles might have a few grains of rice in it because rice absorbs moisture. So that's probably where that's coming from. The clay probably does absorb the moisture, but yeah, that is a tip too. To add some uncooked raw rice at the bottom of your salt shaker, and that will absorb moisture. And you might have heard this trick. If you ever drop your cell phone in water by accident or get it wet, put it into a bag of, wipe it down, put it in a bag of rice, and that will help draw moisture out of the phone before it sort of damages anything internal. It might be damaged, but that's supposed to be a trick. And don't touch, and leave your phone in your rice bag for the good week to really suck out the moisture. Okay, so I added onion powder, garlic powder, paprika, oregano, salt, and pepper. Let me give it a shake so you can see. It's a nice medley of spices. Oh, you love Taobao. So yes, AliExpress, I think they're the same as Taobao, but Taobao is local. Taobao, so a lot of Taobao vendors, they won't ship outside of China. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. They might go as far as Hong Kong or Taiwan, and so they can't price it the same, whereas AliExpress, their cost normally incorporates shipping. So they'll say free shipping, but the cost of their product will generally be higher than Taobao because Taobao is much cheaper to ship domestically within China. So because I'm in Canada, I can't really use Taobao, but I did use it before when I was living in Hong Kong. I lived there for a good 5 to 6 years. I used Taobao. I bought some great stuff. Yeah, from Taobao. So I do miss it, but you know, AliExpress is comparatively cheaper than shopping in a mall here. So even though I'm paying for shipping, it's still cheaper. So I really, really like it a lot. So I bought these from AliExpress. They're sealing rods. That unsupervised is making me nervous. I'm guessing it's on low and slow. That's right. Every time I have my back to it, I keep it low and slow. Okay. So let's seal. I'm just gonna seal these up. Just gonna show off these sealing rods. Yeah, we saw them at a friend's place and thought they were very, very. We thought they were such a good idea. So yeah. We have larger ones for bags of chips, but for bags of chips you can just use clothespins. Am I missing one? I might be missing one somewhere. I am missing one. Oh, I know. This was in the Ziploc bag. So, Danshu is from Germany. Great. Great. Well, welcome to our show. We made schnitzel before. That's a really classic German dish. It's well loved. It's well loved outside of Germany too. When I had that streaming, the chat went wild, saying schnitzel. Like a lot of people were really excited. It's so tasty. It's so easy to make. Yeah. But I haven't. And I made I think a kosher version of schnitzel. I made one out of chicken. I pounded chicken breast, and it was coated with a matzo bread because matzo is Passover friendly. There's no yeast in it. Thank you so much for the follow. And it's Yasaka. Yeah, we've had some good conversations about where you're tuning in from. Always good to learn about other cultures. And we do that a lot on this show. Okay, and before I make sure this is a good spot, I'm actually going to taste it. I'm going to give it a little taste. I don't know if I'm tasting Cajun seasoning straight, so smell it. Okay, tonkatsu. Yes, schnitzel is very much like tonkatsu. So if you're not familiar, tonkatsu is breaded pork cutlet that hails from Japan, and the recipe is pretty much the same. You have your pork. You firstly dip it in all-purpose flour, then in your egg, and then in the breadcrumbs. And the difference is that tonkatsu is not always pounded, okay, with a mallet. But to be honest, I prefer pounding it because you get a nice thin meat and it's tender. It won't be tough when you eat it. Also, instead of using breadcrumbs for tonkatsu, they often use a panko. Panko is a Japanese type of breadcrumb. I think the difference is that it's actually pre-fried before it's packaged for sale. It is breadcrumb, but it's been fried. So, and it's also used for tempura. If you're familiar with Japanese deep fried shrimp and deep fried vegetables, there's a dish called tempura where these are battered, and they use, instead of breadcrumb straight, it's been pre-fried, and it's called panko. So that's a difference. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah. So I'm just gonna try the seasoning. Yeah, it's good. So, I'm actually going to make a bit more. Yeah. 2 teaspoons is used for 2 cups of rice. I'm actually going to make 3 cups of rice, so I'm going to make more. Okay. I'm going to open it up again. Okay. And I'm just going to give the vegetables at the back of the meat a bit of a stir. Okay, schnitzel didn't really original. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, it's good to learn that because it's not good to be thinking that, getting it wrong. Okay, it's from Austria. So now I can say I cooked something from Austria. Yes. Okay, Okay, so I have yet to cook a German dish. Ah, okay. Ah. Croissant is all from Austria. Yeah. Yeah. Panko is pre-fried. Yeah, because I was trying to, I actually tried making schnitzel with panko, and I was like, how are they different? I looked at the ingredients package, it actually said oil on it. And then I looked at it more carefully, I tasted it. It tastes pre-fried. I've actually never made good tempura either. Maybe I should try it on the stream. Yeah. Yeah, the batter's nice and crispy and it's kind of heavy, the batter. Okay, so I do stir fry it, yeah. Oh, okay. So the bacon, yeah, so it didn't burn. It was on really, really low. That's great. The bacon's all cooked. Great, I'll turn it off. That's marvelous. Okay, great. Just gonna do a bit more seasoning. Okay. Yeah. Ah, so you think that the hardest part of tempura is to actually not stir the batter too much. Yeah, you need it to attach itself on the food. You don't want it to trickle off or be drippy. You need to really bind well with it. So just throwing these ingredients on. So we're missing a key ingredient, which is red pepper flakes, and that's because we have a guest coming later for dinner who doesn't take spicy food, but we'll add that separately to our own dishes. We'll get the nice red color from the paprika. So one thing I made too on the show before was kimchi. And kimchi is a Korean pickle, almost like a sauerkraut, but it's made of cabbage, Napa cabbage, and it's often packed with a lot of red pepper powder, like a lot of it. It's spicy, it's garlicky, and for those who can't take spice, I read online that you can try making it with paprika. So you get the red color, but you don't actually have a spicy kimchi. And when I was making kimchi, I made it half spicy, not very spicy, but I really wanted that red color, so I added my 2 tablespoons of paprika to give it that color. Okay, I think I need to add oregano too. Yes, hi. Ops the Patio Mentalist. It's been a while. How have you been? We're going to make falafel. We're not quite there yet. We're still working on the jambalaya, but we're getting close. Yeah. Okay, so just I think that's good. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I can use more, but okay. So that's our spices. I'll put those aside so that it's cleaner on the work area. I know I've got the garbage in front of you. Yeah. Move this garbage there. Okay. And move this. Okay. So let's open up our can of tomatoes. Can opener is somewhere. Right there. Okay. And we're actually going to use this entire can, including the juice, in cooking the rice. So I've never done that before. I have made rice infused with broth, but not oh, didn't quite cut it, open it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There. So these are diced tomatoes. Ah, okay. So you like kimchi freshly? Yeah, it's good. I like kimchi when it's freshly made. After it's been stored too long and it ferments too long, I can't. It gets really sour. I will go easy on the kimchi, but
I do like kimchi. Yeah, and it goes well with a lot of dishes. Like you can add it to you can add it to a sandwich. You can add it to your hamburger, but it goes well with plain rice. Yeah, and fried rice too. This is a pretty good can opener. It's got grip on it too. I won't cut myself. Thank you for the concern. Okay, so, and let's get our rice ready. So, I'm gonna get 3 cups of rice and I'm going to rinse it gently. I'm only doing a single rinse because the rice is pretty clean. I looked up online about, you know, the need to wash your rice, and I think it was more required back in the day, but yeah. So I'm gonna do a single rinse for my rice. Okay. So 3 cups of rice. So I actually have a basin ready with water. I'm gonna do 3 cups of rice. So 1, 2, 3. I'm actually gonna do 3.5. I changed my mind. 3.5. So we have lots of leftovers and get to share it. I'm just gonna rinse it and catch up with the chat. Hi, Brian TV Live. How are you? Is that your stream name, Brian TV Live? And welcome to Cook for Fun TV. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, we have a viewer from Germany, China, Belgium, US, Canada. Yeah. And the flags represent, the ones above my head, they represent those countries that the viewers have tuned in from since our show started back in December. You like really, really strong kimchi, Freshu. Great. Yeah, I like spicy. I like really spicy. Yeah. Plain rice goes well with about everything. It does when it's freshly cooked. Leftover, not so much, but I like freshly cooked rice. You have the old can opener, Osti Patio Mentalis. Okay. I do too. When I was in Nepal, visiting a friend, we made a home cooked meal because I wanted to cook them something Chinese so they can try. And one of the housemates opened a can, and they didn't use a can opener. They used this tool that had this blade on it that you do this motion with it. It's got a claw. It hooks to the rim of the can, and you could puncture the can, and you just sort of keep ripping at it, at the can. And I kind of wish that I had known, because I would have bought a can opener and brought it over so that in their house they could use can opener. But yeah, so in the different countries the tools are different. Mexican rice. I don't know what Mexican rice is. What's in it? Very interesting. Yeah. Puerto Rican rice. I haven't. Yum. I should try all these recipes because rice is a big part of my diet, and I should learn about the different types of rice dishes. I made a Indonesian rice a couple months ago that was seasoned with turmeric and cinnamon bark and cardamom and clove, star anise and lemongrass and coconut milk. That was lovely. I really enjoyed that, but yeah, they're great. And then I would probably make it my own by using the rice cooker. I quite like doing that. And while that's cooking, I can work on another dish too. Yeah. So the tomato sauce is going to go right in the rice. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's yeah. But we're going to make a falafel with a cucumber dip and it will go inside pita bread. Okay, military. Hi, Aegis. How are you? Welcome to our show. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. I want you to have the can opener that keeps the lid after it's cut all the way. Ah, interesting. I've seen electric can openers. Okay, so keep that. So the water's quite cloudy. Okay, so I'm gonna just pour that out. My mom would actually use this water to water plants. I would too, but I don't have another basin, so I'm just gonna do another rinse. That's probably loud for you. Let's put it through this colander. There's a rice colander so that it strains really, really slowly. Not too slow, but just a bit slow. Okay. We're gonna do this. Mix everything together. Okay. So we have our. Okay, we have our. The pot or the thing that goes in the rice cooker, the rice cooking pot. Okay, we're gonna add our rice to it. Okay. I'm just gonna dump it in. Whatever. That was 3.5 cups. Okay. Just put that right in. Okay. Okay. 3.5. I have to remember that. Okay. Then it's going in the rice. I've never made this before, so this will be, I'm gonna put this right in. Wow, it's actually gonna come out really tomatoey. But the recipe did say 3 cups. This is approximately 3 cups. 3 cups of, and that was for 2 cups of rice. So I've got 3. Okay. Wow, we don't really have much room for broth, but okay, that's pretty amazing. That's a lot of tomato. I'm wondering if I should take some out because 3.5 cups of rice. Now my measurement's off because there's like a line to show how much water level you should add depending on the amount of rice, but since I'm going to assume that I'm going to have to go over the 3 mark. I'm going to go all the way up to 5 because the tomatoes added quite a bit of volume to the rice cooker. Oh, so the cloudy rice has a bunch of minerals in it. Okay, so actually, what you read suggests that those minerals shouldn't be washed away. You should include them. Okay. Okay, I'll look into that. Yeah. Jambalaya Falafel, yes. So they're going to be made separately, but the falafel is more like an appetizer, and the jambalaya is a main. Ah, sourdough rye bread is originally from Germany. Okay. I actually have rye flour. I bought it to make this Finnish rice pudding pastry a couple of weeks ago. So I still have some rye flour. Maybe I can try making rye bread. Falafel or falafel? Did I spell it wrong? I don't know. Falafel. Weisswurst sausage from the region of Bavaria. Okay, Weisswurst sausage. Well, sausages are a very major food item in Germany. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if, and I've heard of, in North America, we can buy German sausage, but I don't know what that would mean. Maybe it is Weisswurst. Bratwurst.
That is a lot of tomato. Was this really 3 cans? You know what? I might take some out. I'm a little bit... I think that's really high. I'm going to take some out and put it in a little container. Or, yeah. Alright. Let's just scoop some of this out. It's right on the top. It hasn't mixed with the rice yet. Okay. Okay. Did I take out too much? Okay. Alright, I think. Okay. I don't know. Maybe put some back. Okay. So I took out half a cup, maybe a little bit more than half a cup. Okay. So we'll use that for something else. Okay. Oh, my screen is not showing. And I'll add. Thank you so much for the follow. Distill Fick. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're an international cooking community. And also, the recipe calls for chicken broth and beef broth. We actually have some leftover turkey broth from when I made turkey on Thanksgiving. I froze it. So what a good opportunity to use it up. So I'm gonna put the turkey broth in here. Okay. Yeah. I won't use it all. Yeah. And I'm going to add beef broth. So. We're filling, so we'll put 3.5 cups. I'm actually filling to the 5-cup line because the tomatoes take up quite a bit of volume. So I think we're good. I'm going to throw the Cajun spice in. And I'll show you this mess once. I'll show you this mess, and I don't want to pour out the liquid. And going to, wow, okay. I'm going to add all this vegetable in. Before we do that, I'm going to add this turkey leg in. It's frozen turkey leg. So we're going to get some more juices coming out of the bone, but it's cooked. It's going right in there. So we're going to get a lot of flavor in this jambalaya. Okay. Oh, I forgot to cut up some more meat. Here, we're going to put this in. Ooh, lots of vegetables going on. Okay, you might have to forgo the extra meat I have. I wanted to use it because jambalaya has a lot going on in it. A lot of meat, lots of vegetable. I did say ham. I don't have ham, but I have barbecue pork. And I'm going to add that in. So we have a lot going on. Okay. Take a look at that. Lots of stuff going on. Might give that a nice stir. All right. This is going to be fun when it comes out. And everything will just cook together. Okay, that's a lot of ingredients. I'll give you a close-up. I do have more meat too, and I've got shrimp. I think we're gonna just overload this. Put this in the rice cooker, and I'm just gonna. Yeah, you can have a close-up there. I'm gonna open the rice cooker, plug it in. Okay. Wow. Okay. Then we're going to make the falafel soon, but before we do that, Do I want to put more meat in there? I do have shrimp. I do have some barbecue pork. I'm gonna put it in. We have a lot of vegetables, so we have to balance it with the meat. So it is a musical rice cooker. Yeah. So this is actually frozen. So I'm going to show you how much easier it is to cut your meat when it's half frozen. Half frozen. Yeah, that isn't a lot. Might as well stick it in. See, it just slices so easily. It doesn't go gooey on me like the sausage did. So I quite like working with half frozen meats. Just slices. It's so firm. Yes, very easy to cut half frozen, for sure. So that's a tip. So this is barbecue pork. It was sitting in the freezer for a long time. Now we're giving it new life by adding it to our jambalaya. I'm a little nervous. I wonder if I overdid it with the tomato. It did say 3 cups of tomatoes to 2 cups of rice, and I have 3.5 cups of rice and about 3 cups of tomatoes, but I even took some tomato out. Yeah. Did I order this online? This cutting board is from HomeSense. So if you're tuning in from the US, HomeSense in Canada is partnered with Marshalls. So I don't know if Marshalls has a I guess housewares section. Like Marshalls is for clothing, but if there's something similar, so this is, I guess, an overstock item. It's not. So stuff like this, this isn't a practical thing that a lot of people buy. So it's one of those items that become overstock items, or they become available in warehouses. Yeah, but thank you. I actually find it not practical to wash because it doesn't fit in the sink. It's just so big, but yeah, it's nice and it's good for serving. It's nice for serving a platter of different foods on it. So it is a decorative piece as well. Thank you. Thank you, Fresh You. My kitchen smells nice. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give my hands a quick wash, and I'm going to stick the meat and the shrimp into there. And I'm going to move the camera over as well because there's nothing to look at anymore. We're going to work on the falafel. Okay. And it's messy. I hate messy kitchen. Yeah, it turns this way after. Oh, I forgot to put thyme spice in it. Yeah, I have some thyme, so I'm going to put some thyme. Thyme. What are falafels anyway? Second half blood, thank you for tuning in. Let us know what country you're tuning in from, and welcome to Cook for Fun TV. So we've got some barbecue pork, and we have some shrimp. Wow, I don't know, is jambalaya usually very loaded like that? I've never made it before, so I'm a little nervous that there's so much going on in the jambalaya. It's almost like the rice is barely there, and it's filled with all kinds of ingredients mixed together. So I'm just thinking it through. It's going to have a strong tomato taste. It's going to have the vegetables going on. So that's kind of like a marinara sauce where you have your tomato and all your vegetables in there. But then we've also got the Cajun seasoning, so that will add a kick to that marinara sauce. We've got the rice to add the texture. We have some beef broth added to there. We've got some turkey broth, some chicken, so trying to imagine the taste. Jambalaya. Okay, jambalaya. Thank you for tuning in, Bailey. Yes, hope you're doing well. Jambalaya. Okay, jambalaya. Thank you. Okay. I'm a little nervous. There's so much in that pot, but yeah, and I've never had it before, so I don't have a frame of reference to compare with to know what it should taste like. Did I add any lemon? I didn't add any lemon to it, but we will be adding some lemon seasoning to the falafel. Okay, it's common to do that. Okay, so we've got all this meat going on, and we've got shrimp. I might go easy on the shrimp and not put all of the shrimp in, but I want to use up all this pork because it's been in the freezer for some time. I think jambalaya is one of those dishes. It's good for combining, leftovers. And similar with Asian fried rice. Fried rice is often made with like your leftover meats. Usually cooked in a huge pot. Okay, I'm using a rice cooker. You're Nepalese. Okay, I was just mentioning that I went to Nepal and I cooked a Chinese dish for my host's house guests. Yeah, I have fond memories of Nepal. Yeah, my friend has a charity there and was recognized by the Rotary Club there, and I went to a place, you might not have heard of it. It's very, very rural. It's called Horsing Dada. And we took a very, very long hike, but it was a beautiful hike up the mountain. And once we were there, there were people in ethnic attire doing a dance. Yeah, very, very good memories. And I experienced these bowls. They're like sounding bowls for therapy. I should get the name. It'll come to my mind in a second. The food. What's your favorite food from there? Yeah, I had momos, which are like dumplings, and I had this drink, this alcoholic drink that had like a combination of wheat ingredients in there. Okay, I want to put this in. So this block is really heavy, okay? I'm going to work those muscles. You can't see anything in my screen because there's nothing to look at, but I will. So I'm opening up this rice cooker. And I can't show it to you because the cord isn't that long. I'm going to throw that in. Okay, there's lots going in there. I might skip the shrimp. It almost doesn't fit. And I don't know if I'm going to have trouble cooking everything. Yeah. I'm a little worried that, okay, I'm going to take this turkey bone out. I'm going to you can't see me. I'll be quick. I'm just going to take this turkey leg out. I'm going to scrape off some meat. Take the bone out. The bone takes up space. I need space in here. Use my hands, just get right in it. Rip the meat off the turkey bone. All right. Okay. Probably need a bigger rice cooker for this. Hope we don't have any problems. I'm a little nervous. If there is a problem, we have to finish this off in a big pot, but I want to try using the rice cooker. Okay. Okay, we're time to make falafel. Probably overdid it with the vegetables too. Pre-cook the shrimp a little to shrink it. What I could do is just serve it on the side, maybe. Yeah. And then mix it in manually. Yeah. Should have borrowed my parents' larger rice cooker for this. I'm gonna put our perishables in the fridge. Yep, okay. Hopefully the rice doesn't expand too much that, I don't know, we have an accident. We'll see. We'll have to rescue it in a big pot if that's the case. Okay, so it's falafel time. And I promised to bring the camera over. There's nothing going on over there. We will fry the falafel later, but I'll just grab it. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Okay. And there. So you see more of my mess. Okay. All right. So I already pre-measured 3 cups of cooked chickpeas. I had these chickpeas soaking for most of the day yesterday, and I slow cooked them overnight. But there's many ways to cook your chickpeas from the dry bean format. You can also buy them in a can, and we do have a can of chickpeas, but we only have 1 can, and my husband wanted to make hummus tomorrow, so I thought if we're going to have to cook some chickpeas anyway, we'll just cook them all. Okay, so I'll pour these in. There's the 3 cups that I measured. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. Momos are better than dumplings. Okay. Yeah, I'll try making them. Yeah. Okay, so Fresh just came up with a dish that's original to Germany. So one was the Weisswurst sausage, another one is the Schapnudel. Okay, I might, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing it properly. Schapnudel just came to mind. Okay, it's a wheat flour noodle dough thickly scraped off a board into boiling water. Yum! Boiled in a few minutes and then fried with bacon, chopped onions. That sounds really good. So a thick noodle, yum. Wow, I wonder if I can make that. Yeah. I love homemade pasta. We've done it a few times on this show. It's always been a hit. Yeah, people like watching the homemade pasta come through the machine. Yeah, okay. Clean up some of our mess here. Okay, so we're gonna start by hand mashing the chickpeas. Oh, I'm so nervous about the jambalaya because it barely has any room, and we do need to have some room above the food so that the rice can expand. So we'll see what happens, but I can't stress out over it. Okay, soup noodles. Okay, soup noodle. Okay, soup noodle. You know, somebody once told me that the English language has some roots from the German language. There are lots of words that in English that come from the German language, and soup noodle, yeah, it's like the characters to me look a bit different, but and that makes sense. Soup noodles, okay. Oh, you heard the same thing, Kent. Okay, so I'm mashing these. They're not mashing very well. I'll have to get the fork into it. Yeah. Ooh, are they not soft enough? I hope they are. I did eat them. If not, I do have more chickpeas that are in the pot that might be softer. Don't worry. Might have to use our blender. Yeah, I might use a blender. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put in our bullet.
Tough question. Okay. One of my favorite dishes to eat is Vietnamese spring rolls. We had that. We made that last week. This is a bit too much. I have to blend a little bit at a time. And it's a roll. It's a spring roll with a rice, rice paper wrapper, and inside it we've got quite a few meats. We've got pork, shrimp, and crab ground up. There's carrot, and there's a root vegetable called taro. It resembles potato, but it's on the sweeter side. And I was told that it resembles a yuca. Yeah, which is another root vegetable common in Hispanic cooking. Or cassava, yeah, a cassava or a yuca. There's also wood ear mushroom, which is a mushroom that kind of looks like seaweed, but it kind of looks like pig ears. I wish I had some to show you. It's crunchy. Thank you so much, Freshu, for the follow. Yeah, welcome to Cook for Fun TV. And there's also onion in there, and then there's seasoning. There's fish sauce, there's white pepper, there's garlic, and you roll that up and you make your spring roll and you fry it, and that tastes really good. And you also wrap a leafy lettuce around it and you dip it in a dipping sauce when you eat it. I've made that a few times, and every time I've made it, it's always a hit. Yeah, so I like making that a lot. Schnitzel was a lot of fun. But I don't make that a lot because it requires frying. Yeah, but I'll make it sometime again because I quite like that. You squeeze your lemon on it; it's so yummy. There's a lot of yummy stuff I've made. Yeah, I made hamburgers yesterday. Well, my husband did. I like hamburgers. Okay, I hope these are. They're not. They were slow cooking overnight. They are cooked. But okay, I'll just go with it. Blend it up. I was told by my husband said that my food processor is quite loud, so I might mute it when I'm blending it. This is actually not hummus. We're making falafel, but hummus is easier than falafel. Hummus involves chickpea, olive oil, garlic to season, to taste, salt and pepper, and like some of the bean liquid to thin it out if you don't want to add too much oil. And tahini, which is a sesame paste made of ground sesame and olive oil. And you can add some paprika to it. So hummus isn't very hard to make. Good. I love a hamburger with all the works on it. I love hamburger. And I preach about making it homemade because it's so much better and it's so much cheaper to make it at home. It's so easy. You just mix everything together. Ground beef and whatever, salt and pepper. You can add some jalapeno to it or some onion bits to it, some mushroom bits to it if you want. You just form them, and you can add some breadcrumbs and egg to it to help it bind together. If you've added, if you've added too much onion, it gets wet, so you need to add the breadcrumbs to absorb the moisture. But you do that. You form your patties, fry them on the pan or on the barbecue, and add your tomato, lettuce, pickles, and whatever vegetable you want. I like a lot of tomato, and I like pickle and ketchup. Yeah. Okay. It's going to be loud. It might not be too loud. The mic is behind me, so we'll see. No, I'm going to...
Did it mute properly? It's quite loud, and my mic is on higher because I have it in the middle of the room so that I don't have to carry it back and forth. So I made it louder so that it would pick up my voice. So yeah. So it's not actually, it's dry because this is falafel. We want it to bind into a patty or a ball. We don't want it to be liquidy like hummus. Okay, and I'll dump this in here, the other chickpeas. I think we're making a lot of falafels. Okay, I'll put this straight into here. I'll have to get my spatula. Oh, we have a little friend. Our dog is here. Mute first, then test loudness. Okay. Oh, it was okay. So when you heard it initially, then I muted it. It was loud. Okay. Oh no! If you're wearing headsets or earphones, that will really hurt. I'm so sorry if you are. I know that some streamers have an alert that says that just warns people. I don't know what wording they use, but yeah, it warns people. I'm just gonna, okay, so I'm gonna mute it and then do these. I've actually never made falafel before. I make a hummus quite often, but I've never made falafel, so I'm a little nervous, but yeah, we gotta start somewhere. The recipe looks reasonable. Oh, I forgot to add the thyme to the, we have fresh thyme to the jambalaya. Uh-oh. Okay, let me sneak that in right quickly. We have thyme, yeah. Okay, because this is fresh thyme that was frozen, so it wasn't among my dry spices, so I didn't pick up on that. Let's get rid of some of this mess. Other counter. And while I'm at it, I'm grabbing some other ingredients. Okay. For the falafel and the dip. I do this cooking show every Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Zone. Well, I'm glad you're liking this dish, Fresh You. Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna mute it. It's loud. Okay, we're back on. Okay, little nerd. That's a lot of chickpea, ground chickpea that comes out. Okay. Infomercials. Oh yeah, that's right. I shake it because the blade is actually pretty small. So when I have this container stuffed, some of the the ingredients that are away from the blade, they have to make their way to the blade, and because there's no liquid in here, it can't circulate. So I have to shake it to get the unprocessed ingredients closer to the blade. I'm not going to bother washing it. Now we're going to just continue on and blend some other ingredients, and I'm going to work with those onions that were, where did they go? Right there. Yeah, some of these onions, not all of them. The good thing is that this is dry. When it's wet, it will be hard to bind. So that's going to be helpful. So I'm just going to put onion. I'm tempted to use all the onion because I like onion. I might need that moisture to help bind it together because it's actually very, very dry. So I'll start with half of these onions. Half of these onions. Yeah. Now, if Death Eater doesn't like the onions in his falafel, I'm quite a fan of onions. I might have overdid it with the vegetables though in the jambalaya, so we'll see how that turns out. I'm like tempted to go to my parents' place down the street, get their larger rice cooker, throw everything in there and then press the start button. Yep. So we shall see. Okay, so onions and half cup of parsley. So I saved the leaves from the celery, which are a substitute for parsley. I'm gonna go in there. I have a bit of coriander too, so I'll throw that in. Yeah, the blender is doing a great job. I think so. This is the bullet, and I use it for a lot of cooking that I do. I have other food processors. I have a handheld one. I have a larger one that has a 10-cup capacity. I don't bother taking that out. I just use the smaller one, and I rather do fewer items at a time and do it more often than to put everything in the big one. It's easier to clean. It's so small. I like the convenience of that. And garlic. Okay. I'll just smash it quickly. Smash them with my cleaver, and then I can peel them up. Garlic. My notebook. My cheat notes, because I don't memorize everything by heart. Okay. Garlic. Have I made barbacoa? I haven't. I had that. That's pulled pork, isn't it? I had that in the US in taco. It's really good. I have to look that up. I haven't seen that word in a long time. Barbacoa pork. Yeah, I gotta look into that. Would be a really fun slow cooker recipe. Yeah, I might have to do it over 2 days to sort of show everything being put together, and then the next day the final product, because we have to slow cook it for hours. But that's very tasty. Yeah, I'll look into that. Can this work today? I have that blender, and it's pretty convenient, but having watched the infomercial, I can't help but laugh when I use it sometimes. Yeah, it always looks easier on the infomercial for sure. And it says to use a teaspoon of lemon. So this is lemon seasoning. It's a product of Greece. I don't have lemon. My husband's gonna go out and get lemon, so I'm using lemon seasoning. So that will do. Just do a squirt, a teaspoon. I'll just do a squirt. Oh, it's probably more. That wasn't a squirt. I poured right out. Let's see if this blends. But it looks like our ingredients are going to end up being very dry. Yeah, I was a little worried about it being too wet, but it's quite dry. So much worrying today. I'm worried about the jambalaya. But can't worry about it. Just gotta keep going, keep moving forward. Some parsley flakes too, but we have the celery leaves, which substitute for parsley. You don't like onions. I love onions. Oh, I like coriander. Yeah,
I like coriander, and I use coriander to make salsa. Salsa with chips, or salsa with pita, or salsa on your sandwiches or burgers or on the side. So I'm looking forward to that because we have some tomatoes, coriander, onions, jalapeno. We have different olive oils just to flavor it. So yeah, haven't had salsa in ages, so looking forward to it. Whenever I have a bunch of coriander, I think salsa is sort of a good way to use them up. You know, when recipes call for a small bunch of coriander or just a quarter cup, and you have this whole bunch, and it's extremely perishable. In 1 week, you start to see them turning yellow and brown. You have to use them up, so one great way is salsa. Or I guess tabbouleh salad, if you don't mind using coriander in your tabbouleh salad, which is a Middle Eastern parsley-based salad. Slap chop, I don't know what that is. Another infomercial product. Uh-oh. Oh. Wow. Bye, Mr. Cook for Fun. He waved at me. He complained last time that I look at him weirdly when he walks by. He says I should be more like open about his presence. So I waved to Mr. Cook for Fun. Okay, we're gonna turn off. We're gonna mute this. All right, okay. So our chickpeas are looking so dry, and this is not very wet either. I'm actually going to put some chickpea aside. I'm going to put about 1/3 of it aside and just work with what we have. And I'm going to add an egg and some olive oil, see how it binds. And I'm going to add more chickpea as I go. I'm not going to add the breadcrumb because I think the breadcrumb is there to absorb moisture. I think we don't have a lot of moisture. I started off with pretty dry chickpeas. So I'm just going to grab a bowl to put some of the chickpea aside. So my husband, he went off to buy some potting soil. It's on special at this hardware store called Rona. I don't know if you have that where you're living, Rona. It's kind of like a Home Depot, but their soil, 25 liters of soil is, just gonna add this together, is 89 cents Canadian, which is approximately 70 cents US or 75 cents US for 25 liters of soil. And a lot of people were going nuts. Like I think we bought 14 bags yesterday, and he's gonna buy more because we store them in the garage. But I've never seen a sale like that in a really long time. I think the lowest I've seen is $1 for a sack of soil. The man that did the slap chop commercial was put in jail for assaulting a prostitute. Wow. Okay. Wow. All these celebrities getting in trouble. Hi, Smoking Dutch. How are you? Welcome to Cook for Fun TV, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. Are you Dutch? Yeah, we have one of our moderators is from Netherlands, Shire Tone. Not on today, right now, but one of our moderators. And also, I'm a little nervous because it's looking really, really dry. I don't know if one egg is going to bind it. We'll try. I already took out a bunch of chickpea. I still need to add oil though. I guess I can add water, but I don't feel that's a good idea to add water. I can add more of that lemon juice. That's what I can do. Okay. We need a POW, a prisoner of war caption. Or emote. Shake weight. Oh, does that look like a protein shake when I'm using the bullet or making a smoothie? Yeah, I use that to blend all these ingredients for this falafel. I'm a little nervous though. It's looking really, really dry. So we had lemon juice and olive oil and the egg to help. The egg might help. Yeah, 'cause the egg. Yeah. I'm going to. I'll get my egg. I'll grab my egg and some olive oil. Chopsticks. Okay. Well, I have a fork. Okay, I can use my fork. Put one egg in there. And I save these eggshells for the garden. They are an excellent fertilizer. Some baking soda. Okay. So. Oh, not baking soda. Sorry, baking powder. Okay, and olive oil. Okay. Baking powder. And we've got our olive oil in a sriracha bottle. I save these. I have another empty sriracha bottle. They're great. They don't drip down the sides. So I saw this technique used when I was in a restaurant, and I got a glimpse of their kitchen, and I noticed that sriracha bottles were being used for their oil. So it's good. It's a good tip. Okay. I haven't seen the slab chop, what it is, and I haven't seen the commercial, so I have to check this out. Shake weight. Hi, DJ Farquaad, how's it going? Oh, is my recipe command not working? Exclamation mark recipe. Is it not working? Uh-oh. So are my commands not working? Okay, I'll look into that. I'm very good, thank you. Great. Thanks. Did I make a clean break with the egg? What I can't do is break with one hand. But I consider making roast duck on this show. I've been wanting to try it, but I'm nervous. That's hard. Roast duck. Wow. Wow. I will consider that and let you know. I've never made it myself. I buy it. It's hard to make it. There's a lot of steps involved and a lot of equipment. You have to tie the bird too, and oh wow. Yeah. Wow. But that would make a very, very nice treat. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Peking duck? Peking duck from the city of Peking. Actually, I'll tell you, Peking is the Cantonese pronunciation of Beijing. So Beijing, that's where the Great Wall of China is. In the Cantonese language, which is a dialect of Chinese from the southern part of China, it's pronounced Peking, and for some reason it's called Peking duck, but it's from Beijing, so it should be called Beijing duck. Thanks, Rum5, for following, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. Wow, I'll get back to you on that. That's very and I think the tools would be different. I'm sure there's a way to make it in a regular oven, but I've seen videos where people made it using a rotisserie, an outdoor barbecue. It is a good idea to use this sriracha bottle for oil. It is. I've seen it used for soy sauce, other sauces. Yeah.
Hi, Happy Chef. How are you? Happy Chef is also a streamer. Yeah. Very, very friendly. As plus he's named the Happy Chef. Doing well. Yeah. That's right. Regular olive oil bottles, they tend to drip down the side. Um, I bought this on AliExpress. Thank you so much, Jusha, for the follow, and let me know what country you're tuning in from. I got this from AliExpress. It's a spout for your olive oil bottle. I haven't tried it, but I think I got this for 75 cents Canadian, including free shipping. So it doesn't hurt to buy one of these to try, but yeah, and I mean, that's if you don't have a sriracha bottle. It takes a while to finish a bottle before you can actually use it. So yeah, in the meanwhile, you can buy one of these and see if it works. I haven't tried it myself because we're pretty happy with the sriracha bottle. Aranco rotisserie. What is that? Beijing is Peking. Yep, that's right. Oh, you came from Happy Chef TV. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the comment, Jusha. I love the viewers too, very, very much. It makes me want to stream more, and it's sort of where I got my inspiration to take on viewers' requests, which is the jambalaya today. But a lot of our shows are featured around viewers' requests, and we have a lot of fun trying new recipes that way. You're from Australia, wonderful. Well, welcome. It's really wow. Thanks for tuning in. You're in the opposite time zone, Phil. Thanks so much. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so this works fine in your bottle. Okay, that's good to know. It's a raid. Oh, hi, Brandon and Lisa. Welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Okay, so we've got our falafel. Some ingredients here, not all of them yet. I'm just going to mix it. I don't think that single egg is going to bind to everything. It's a little nervous, but we're going to add some lemon juice. Yeah, we need to get them. It actually might work. It is becoming pasty. So as long as we can form a ball with them, I can make falafel balls or falafel patties. It's actually binding really well. Okay, I had the breadcrumbs on standby to add to the falafel in case we needed to absorb more moisture. You know, if it was becoming too runny, we would need to do that so that the falafel doesn't fall apart. But we're good, and we also have an excess of ground chickpea. So if we're running into a moisture problem, we can add some. It's good. It's actually very, very good. It's actually mixing well. I might actually add a bit of chickpea. So we can have more falafel. Yeah, I didn't add the olive oil yet. So I'm just going to do a squirt of that. 1 tablespoon. So I'm just going to go squirt. Okay. If I were making this for my husband, I would add chili oil. My husband made this yummy chili oil that's infused with some cardamom, star anise, garlic, and ginger. It's very flavorful chili oil. I'll do a stream on that once we run out. Yeah. Okay, so it's actually nice and pasty. I can actually go ahead and use this, but I do have quite a bit of extra chickpea, so I'm just going to add that slowly so that it doesn't. So I make sure that it doesn't fall apart. Our falafel mix. Thanks so much for the follow, Stickler911. So what happened, Happy Chef? I had this problem 2 weeks ago. I'm using the software OBS for my streaming, and when I went into advanced settings and then I went into look at the IP, I couldn't change it. I have to manually change it to one that works for whatever our IP address, and it was grayed out. I couldn't select it, and I
I was playing around with it for half an hour, and I had to tell everyone sorry. It was really, really first time I had to do that, but we did fix the problem. It was, I don't know, I just, after having the computer off for 1 week and turning it on again, it works. So I don't know if it was a problem with OBS or with Twitch or a combination of the two, and yeah. So I'm getting a text message. Let me check, because thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. Boom, XXL, or is that Doom? Thank you so much. Just checking because, okay, so. Oh, my husband. So I mentioned that I wasn't using lemons. I was using lemon seasoning. This is a condiment from product of Greece. And he messaged to say he's coming home with lemons. You're running a bit late, so just to let us know that there will be lemons. So that is great. So that's great. He's coming to help out. So that's actually looking nice and pasty. I'm gonna get my hands in it, because you have to get your hands in it, but I tend to do that later. I don't do it right away because I don't know. Don't want to get my hands icky yet. So I'm using a fork until I absolutely have to, but it's working out. I was really worried about this being too dry, but it's nice and pasty. I'm definitely going to get some nice falafel balls or patties with it. Yeah. It is. Falafel is basically fried hummus balls. I mean, that's if you add onion and coriander or cilantro to your hummus, but it pretty much is. I didn't add breadcrumb to this, but that's okay. It's actually nice and pliable, like Play-Doh. So I think I'm gonna be able to work with these. I'm gonna just throw the rest in, because I don't really want to have leftovers. Yeah. Hello there. Oh, recipe isn't working. My Nightbot isn't working. I wonder why. Oh. That's not good. I'm so sorry about that. I did post it on my channel page under my updates, where I mentioned that we're having our stream today, and then below that in the comments, I did post the recipe if you do want to have a look at that. But that should work. That's not good. Let me see if I can make it work right now. Nightbot commands. Let's check custom exclamation mark recipe. Yeah, it's there, huh? But it's not showing up on the chat. Oh, there's always a problem, isn't there? Hi, Blue Bite. It's been a while. So we're also joined. I think Fresh Shoe is also from Germany too. Yeah, so another German viewer has joined, and Fresh Shoe was mentioning a couple of, I think, shoot noodle is an authentic German dish, and mentioned that there are a lot of dishes in Germany that actually aren't from Germany. So shoot noodle is authentic from Germany, and so is Weisswurst sausage. But Schnitzel, which is very common, is actually not German. It's from Austria. So, yeah. Same with croissants, as mentioned by Elmira. So, yeah. Always fun to learn on this show. Oh, so I don't sound very good. Okay. Let me move the screen. Move the mic, because I won't be using the back area as much. Okay, I think we're good. I think we can. Okay, so I'm gonna get my hands right in there. Get it right in there. Okay, okay, I'm gonna wash them. Thank you, Happy Chef. Yummy, yummy. So this is falafel. And the rice, the jambalaya should be ready, but I'll let it
continue cooking. It turned off on its own. Ooh, it's nice and sticky. Okay. It should be like hamburger. It should be very bindable. Ooh, okay. I'm a little nervous. Don't want anything falling apart on me on this stream. Oh, you see Nightbot with the recipe. Okay. That's right. Leftover chickpeas means more hummus the next day. Yeah. I'll be making a lot of hummus probably tomorrow. And I'll give away some to my parents and my brother. I'm going to visit my brother in just an hour away from where I'm living right now to visit the nieces. And my parents live on the same street as me, so I'll be giving them the hummus. I usually have to share it because it's quite perishable. I don't like to, if we don't eat it, if we don't finish it, it will go bad. Like I don't like to have anything for more than a week, so I often just give it away while it's fresh so that it gets eaten before it expires. And in a week's time, I'll probably make more, or I'll make something different. So yeah, that's right. Stream troubleshoot always happens. Okay. Blue bite. Well, I think, I can tell you that in Canada, a lot of the dishes we make here are not Canadian dishes. Almost no dish we eat here is Canadian, except for poutine. I made that for our 200th follower stream. But almost nothing is actually Canadian. So that's actually forming into nice, big ball. So now I'm going to, we're almost ready to cook this up. Okay, I'm a little nervous. Okay, so let me wash this cutting board. It has a bit of meat juices on it. Then I'll form balls and I'll lay them across the cutting board. Okay, we'll see you later, Happy Chef. Thanks for dropping by, and welcome to the viewers who came from Happy Chef TV. Hope you do fix that problem shortly and put on a show for your viewers as soon as you can. And for those that came over, welcome to join our show anytime. Yeah. Ziva. Oh, Ziva. What is Ziva? Then shower with Ziva. Gotta move to Canada for free tasty hummus. Yes, I do. So it's funny. My parents live close by. They often walk. So our backyard faces a park and there's a fence. So the park is public. So they can be in the park and they can walk right up to our fence. And they often look in because they're nosy. And my dog will bark at them because they're standing for a bit too long. But no, we love them and I see them almost every day. And I once handed over a dish to them while over the fence in the backyard rather than walk to their home because, well, they were here already. So we give away food. And we cook a lot here. So come over and I'll pass you some hummus. Yes, have a good day, Happy Chef TV, and peace and love to you too. Oh, okay. You followed a guy that used poutine as his currency. It is a classic Canadian dish, but it's not a dish that I would say Canadians eat daily. It is a junk food. You see it at amusement parks. It is French fries covered with cheese curds, topped with gravy. So it's not your let's eat this every day at the home dinner table type of dish. It's a junk food, but it's tasty. So on my stream, it was fun. I did poutine, and I also did Newfoundland fries on the other side. Newfoundland fries are fries that are topped with stuffing, like turkey stuffing, and topped with gravy. So it was, that was fun. Yeah, and that was to celebrate both the 200th viewer, 200th follower, and also my father-in-law, who is his birthday, who is from Newfoundland. Yeah.
Oh, Ziva's a little baby. Aw. Aw. So much joy. Yeah. Yeah. So much joy. On your way over hummus. Special guest on the show. Yes. One of my dad's clients is opened up a Laotian restaurant. She's from the country of Laos, and she opened up the first Laotian restaurant in Toronto. I've never had that food ever. And she was talking about the stresses of opening. She had a problem with her contractor, so she had to do some of the rentals herself. And it was a very a big process just to get the grand opening underway. But I mentioned, when you're settled, if you want to, we can feature you on a stream and you can talk about your Laotian food, because I'm sure a lot of people would want to tune in and they'd be very interested. So we may have an actual restaurateur as a guest on our show. Who else? I think my friend who's actually coming over to dinner tonight to eat this food wants to be a guest. So we just have to make that happen. She has to get up, and because my shows are in the morning. Yeah. 20 hours. Oh, because of where you're tuning in from. Let us know what country you're tuning in from, because we do like to share that information. The countries above my head represent those countries that viewers have tuned in from since our show started in December. You had a Laos employee once. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're going clothes shopping. Okay, well, good luck. Enjoy your shopping. I do it online, so I don't have to go out. Oh, you would like to have a Cook for Fun community get together sometime. Okay, how could that happen? Let's brainstorm. Yeah, let's brainstorm and do share your ideas. I'm gonna give this a wash, and then we're gonna start forming our falafel balls. Oh, and Mr. Cook for Fun came with the lemon. All right, so we're gonna put a squeeze of lemon in here. Not too much, because I don't want it to get wet. Yeah. Then if it gets wet, I'll have to add some breadcrumbs. So let's do that. I'll wash this, and then we're gonna see a lemon appear on the counter. Yeah. Okay. Get some soap, because we did work with some meat here. Oh, and Mr. Cook for Fun is showing me some other snacks that he bought. A pizza bread pocket that he bought. And he bought almond milk, I can see. Yeah. He went shopping for potting soil and then made a stop to buy some groceries. Okay, let's just dry this. We don't want wet falafels, or that will impact the formation of the falafel balls. Okay, so lemon. We did put in lemon seasoning. Okay, I hope it's not too dry. If it gets too wet, we'll have to add some breadcrumb to that. And I'll have to get my hands right in there again. So my handy cleaver, right here. Okay. So if you're new to this show from Happy Chef's TV show, we use the cleaver as sort of our signature. If you type in cleaver with a capital C Leaver, you get our cleaver emote, because I pretty much use it in every show. It's my tool of choice. I grew up in an Asian, a Chinese household, and we use cleavers, and so I like it, and I like how you can pick up food with it. So I was using that super large butcher block that's behind me, and it's kind of heavy. So instead of picking it up and scooping everything into our rice for our jambalaya, I used our cleaver to pick it up. So I'm just squeezing this lemon wedge into here. I think it's okay. I think it's not too much liquid, and our falafel will bind together well. Oh! Are you in South Korea right now, Blue Bite? How did your move go? And has your school course started? Yeah, that's exciting. So Blue Bite is another viewer that started viewing from one country and has since made his way to another country. Another is Kent0456, who started viewing in Costa Rica, then moved to Singapore for work. So it's really nice. I'm really grateful that the viewers continue to follow after moving to new and exciting countries to continue their life. They still remember to say hello on the show. So I'm really grateful for your patronage. Thanks for thinking of me, a Blue Bite. And oh, you haven't moved yet. Ah, okay, July 28th. Okay, well, don't forget us. Get your new friends and classmates in South Korea to tune in. They can submit their viewer request. I can do all kinds of cooking on the show because that's what we do here. We like to take on viewers' requests. So I'm just giving this a mix now that I added the lemon. I squeezed that lemon wedge in there. It's pretty good. I don't think I need to add any breadcrumb to it. It's binding. Yeah. The lemon man. Yep. He's called Mr. Hand because you've seen his hand once when I had trouble lighting a match, and he passed a lemon. Uh-oh, I think I missed a chat, but I can sort of see part of the word dessert. There's no dessert today. We have appetizer and we have main. Yeah. So we did 2 dishes today. Dessert. But I think in the next stream, we're going to make a chocolate cake. A rice cooker chocolate cake. Never tried that before, but I've gotten very interested in rice cooker recipes. They're just great because after you press the start button, you can ignore it and work on something else. It's a great time saver. It's also an accident preventer because you won't burn yourself or anything. And the rice cooker is a great appliance if you're teaching kids how to cook. It could be a good way to start them off. You add everything in and press start. Yeah. And make lemonade. I haven't made that in ages, but that's easy. Lemon, sugar, and water. Do I grow any of my ingredients? If you go onto our Twitter page, you can see our seedlings. I posted a picture of so to our Germans in this room, Fresh Shoe and Blue Bite, we have a couple of raised garden beds in our backyard. They are based on a German method of gardening called Hugelkultur. I might not be pronouncing it correctly. Hugelkulter. Hugelkultur. And they are raised garden beds, kind of like coffins that are above ground. Okay, it sounds a bit morbid, but they're garden beds. And he made that out of cedar wood. Okay, the frame, filled it with twigs and topsoil and compost. So you can see a picture of that on Twitter. You can see a picture of our seedlings for all sorts of vegetables that we're growing. Tons of zucchini, tomatoes, sugar peas, Alaska peas, Brussels sprouts, jalapeno peppers, red peppers. Cucumbers. I think that's about it. Okay, so here's so I'm just gonna sort of stick with this size. I don't know. I know. Blue Bite. Was it Blue Bite? Sorry, it wasn't Blue Bite. Another viewer taught us that for meatballs, you roll them like a snowball to prevent cracks. So I'm using this technique for falafel balls. Okay, I don't want cracks because I'm going to form them into patties. Our patties. There you go. Yeah, pretty good. Not bad. It hasn't fallen apart, so I think they're well bounded. And we didn't need to use any breadcrumb, which is nice.
I think that had the chickpeas come from a can, they might have been very wet and the breadcrumb might have been required. I boiled them and I had them draining, and they weren't super soft. I had them slow cooking overnight on low heat, and I'm surprised they weren't super soft. So because they weren't super soft, maybe it didn't actually absorb all the moisture, and so they aren't very mushy. And I needed to use the help of a blender to mash it, because the recipe actually says to mash it by hand. What did you do wrong? Oh, okay. Oh yes, the cleaver, the exclamation mark. Sorry if I confused you. Yeah, the exclamation mark is for the commands, but I should have specified. And I should have a Nightbot auto-generated message showing up, but it might not be working, my Nightbot. Okay. Okay. Oops. I've got a crack in here, so I think I gotta just do a more careful job with the rolling. Authentic German dish. Dampfknoodle. Okay, yeasty wheat dough balls, about this size, filled with poppy seeds, steamed in a pan. Oh, wow. I like it. I like the fact that it's steamed. You don't have to worry about burning or being too dry. It keeps it nice and moist. I like that. Wow. Wonderful. I was looking online for a bunch of recipes for steaming, because steaming is quite healthy. Yeah, I want to, baking, frying, they taste good and they're great, but steaming is quite healthy. You don't have any, nothing gets over toasted or charred. Nothing. It's not greasy at all. So I just want to get into the habit of doing more steamed cooking. And get used to it and make it a part of my life, because steaming cooking is healthier. So I'm going to try that one day. Yeah. I'm going to take notes after this stream and write down all these ideas that come up from the stream. And for the viewers that are tuning in from Happy Chef TV, I take viewers' requests. So the jambalaya that's cooking behind me, or at least it was cooking, that is a viewer's request. Yeah. And 2 weeks ago we made a rice pudding pie from Finland called Carol Leanne Pasty, and that was a viewer's request. The viewer is half Finnish and half Italian, so that was fun. We did a really popular one called Fezzenjan, which is a Persian chicken stew made with walnut paste and a pomegranate molasses. Oh, that was very good. That was very good. I gave some to my parents to try. My mom asked me for a personal cooking lesson the next day. That's so good. And walnut and pomegranate are two superfoods, so that was really, really good. Fezzenjan. Sounds like pheasant jam, but it's not pheasant jam, it's Fezzenjan. Fezzenjan. Are those chickpeas? Yes, they are. It's pretty much, as Freshu mentioned, it's pretty much like hummus balls, but it's falafel. It's chickpea mixed with onion, coriander, celery leaf as a substitute for parsley. Oh my gosh, I forgot the baking powder. Do you think it's gonna work? I forgot the baking powder. It's right here. I forgot it. Do I need to do all these balls again? Uh-oh. I wonder if it's gonna turn out. I mean, the baking powder would help with rising. Uh-oh. Okay. You know what? Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I'm going to put these in. I'm gonna go quickly. It's already mashed up. Wash my hands quickly. Add some baking powder. I'll think of it as a cake. If you don't add your rising ingredient, it just won't rise. So I'll put I think it's about 1 teaspoon of, and I'll go quickly to form that again. So I'm not keeping you in suspense. Yep. Okay, my 1 tablespoon of baking powder. That's it. Oh yeah, I do want it. So I put it back, and I do want it to be fluffy. It's my first time making it, but I'm pleased with the consistency of the dough because I tried making another Middle Eastern dish. I made this kebab called kubida. It's really good. It's minced beef with onion and a bit of this spice, a bit of safflower, and one more spice. I forgot the name. It's red. It's red that I bought from the Persian supermarket. Okay, so I'm just gonna go just massage it. Okay, great. Okay, yep, that's right. Okay, I can form them quickly. Okay, gotta get my snowballs. But once you do it, you can do it faster. Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah, I once made schnitzel and I forgot the salt and pepper, but as I was breading the meat for the last step, I sprinkled a pinch of salt and pepper on each meat. Okay, when I do mojitos, first ones are perfect, but the alcohol is poured. Yeah. Yeah. What kind of correlation is that? I don't know. I think it's experience. That's what I think it is. Yeah, so I'm rolling like a snowball. Yeah. I'm a little nervous. They're usually not this big, the falafels. The bigger they are, the higher chance of breaking they could. You know what? I'm a little nervous. I'm going to make it smaller. Don't want them to break. Keep swishing on you guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, I see that the Nightbot is working. Okay. It's not showing up on my Streamlab widget, but it's showing up on my chat. So, okay, so I'll whip these out quickly. These falafel balls. They're often balls. I've actually never seen them in patty form. Well, I've seen it. No, I have. Sorry. I've seen it a couple of times. But usually I see them in balls. And I think the reason is because balls are easier to form than patties. Patties could break. The smaller they are, the easier it is to keep them bounded. When I was little, I was always excited for summer break. Then I'd visit my aunt and she would make a lot of schnitzel. Oh, as many as I could eat. That's nice. That's really, really nice. Sounds very good. Do you make your schnitzel with veal? Because I heard that that's the common meat used in Germany for schnitzel rather than pork. Yeah, veal. Veal isn't so common to find here in Canada, so we make it with pork. Just like how for shepherd's pie we use beef here rather than lamb. In the UK, lamb is the original ingredient. So we've altered things here to adapt to our ingredients that are available in our market. Okay, enjoy your clothes shopping, Woofy Hound. See you next time. And I've seen your participation on Twitter. Thank you for that. And yeah, you'll see our finished product on Twitter. ! Social will get you our social media links. Yeah, I think we're more active on Twitter. Facebook isn't really that happening over there. It's not so interactive. So I don't know if I should delete that or just, I'll keep it on because there are people that use different platforms. haven't started an Instagram for this show, but Instagram's good. You don't have to say much. Just post a photo. Easy. Okay, I'm gonna start frying these shortly, and once I do, we will check on the jambalaya. Yeah, a little nervous about that. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you don't cry, Wolfie Hound. Clothing shopping isn't that bad, but I do like shopping online because you can find what you want. You're not, and you know, and you don't have to go somewhere. Just get your measuring tape and talk to the vendors. Ask them if something stretches or if it fits a little big or loose. Yeah. Okay, Wiener Schnitzel. That's made with veal. Okay, there's just made with pork. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. So this dish is vegan. It's meat free. Yeah. So it's good if you're having a party and someone's vegetarian. This is delicious, and it accommodates more people. Okay. Have I always enjoyed cooking? I have. I wasn't a good cooking when I was I wasn't a good cooking when I was a child. I didn't really understand how ingredients work together. I just sort of like experimented and combined ingredients, but I've grown to learn from actually watching TV when the judges on MasterChef or Top Chef talk about balance in acidity and sweetness, in saltiness. I start to learn what to pay attention to. Yeah, so, and I've learned a lot on this show too. But I think I have especially grown to love cooking after streaming, because initially when I started this stream, I thought I would share foods that I cook at home and teach other people how to make them. But then I started getting the viewers' request, and it's been so much fun. I've been learning from the viewers and having an opportunity to learn about why the foods exist. Sometimes there's a story behind the food. So that's really interesting. Like today's jambalaya, there's two major types. There's the Creole type and the Louisiana type. And the difference is tomato. Louisiana ones don't, Creole jambalaya doesn't have tomato. I'm gonna wash my hands, and then we're gonna head over to the stove top to fry these up and check on the jambalaya. All right, and then while I'm here, I'm going to wash up this frying pan. It was used for cooking the vegetables. Okay. What's my favorite cooking tip I like to share with you? There's a lot of tips. What's my favorite? So, a couple of things that are common themes on this show. One is cooking should be practical. It shouldn't be something you stress over. You should really just cook for fun. So, two things. One is we try to be very budget conscious in here. And so one tip is that the oil that I will use for cooking these falafel is recycled oil, because last week on Sunday we made our Vietnamese deep fried spring rolls, and I used approximately 4 cups of oil. That's a lot of oil in your jug of oil, and it's a waste to throw that oil out. If you're a restaurant, you'll keep reusing it until it turns, the color just turns completely like very, very dark brown. But as a household, I'm finished with cooking. So what do I do with the oil? I save it, I filter it. I use a mason jar, to funnel, and a coffee filter, and I filter it, get all that residue out, and then I put it in the fridge. So we're using that same oil. So that's one tip. We're pretty budget cautious. My eggshells. Today I cracked an egg for the falafel. I'm going to save these for our garden because it's very good fertilizer for our vegetables. And then another thing is substitution. I didn't really want to buy parsley because the recipe just said to use a 1/4 cup of parsley, and when I buy it, it comes in a bunch. It's just not an ingredient I use a lot of. I use a lot of coriander, so I substituted. Same with the celery. It came with leaves. The leaves on the celery are a substitute for parsley, so I saved those. So I think, I don't know. I think those are the two major tips. Try to be budget friendly, like save the shells, save the oil. Substitute for ingredients that you have in your you have in your home or that you have in your market, because if you're from a different country, you might not have certain ingredients available. So I try to share ways to use a different ingredient that might be similar that will work. It won't taste bad, it'll just taste like a different taste. And if you're using delicious ingredients, your food will come out delicious. So yeah, so that was a really long tip. Have I always enjoyed cooking? Yes, true. I confirm what he said. Okay, I might have fallen behind in the chat. Pork schnitzel is always pig's back meat. Latch, it's filet. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I usually use pork loin in schnitzel. You coat it with breadcrumbs. Okay. You get schnitzel from food trucks. They're deep fried, served with fries. We call that schnitzpo. Schnitz with pommes. Okay, we call potatoes in German. Got it. Yeah, I mean pommes, well, in French, it's pomme de terre, like apple of the earth. So pomme is actually apple in French, but pomme de terre, apple of the earth, is potato. Okay, so let's bring this over to the stove top to fry these up. We're going to fry them on medium-high heat. Oh, I didn't move the camera, so we're going to go back. We are going back. But there's a close-up of the falafel. Let's see how it looks over there. Okay, that's a good view. Gotta move this butcher's block. It's pretty heavy, so I don't like working with this too much. It is a nice decorative piece though. It's good for plating like cheeses and breads and crackers. Yeah. Okay, just moving the mic over. I was told that's better in the French. And I got my recycled oil in the fridge. Yeah, so here's my recycled oil. So the original color was a lighter yellow, and it turned, after frying, it turned like this more golden color, but it's fine. And I talked to another streamer about this. She also saves her oil as well. You use you just filter it. Use a coffee filter or use a cheesecloth. Get all the little crumbs and little bits out from your cooking. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to turn the heat to like a medium high, like a 7, and then I'm going to put my oil in. I'll get my paper towel ready because I know I'm going to drip down the side for sure. Okay. And my cell phone. So I can read the chat while I'm doing this. I'm going to turn on the fan, so hopefully it's not too loud. The fan is on low. Okay, so I've got my paper towel ready. I'm going to pour this oil in. I'm doing a shallow pan fry, not a deep fry, but it's pretty much very similar to a deep fry. Deep fry means you don't have to turn it around because it's completely immersed. Shallow is I'll have to turn them around. Okay, so I'm going to do approximately a centimeter, so that's a lot of oil. Ooh, lots of oil. Oh, I don't know, I might as well put the rest in. It makes no difference to me. Yeah. Then when I'm done using this, I'm going to filter this, but it will be after the stream once it's all cooled down. Okay. Yeah, and I don't want to drip everywhere, so. And that's why I put it in a container, so in case it drips. It's not like the sriracha bottle. It's not drip proof. So I'll let it start to bubble. Okay. Or I'll let it once it feels hot. I can always use a wooden spoon to test it. If it sizzles, it's ready. Okay. So I have my wooden chopstick, or you can use your wooden spoon as well to test for if it's ready. Okay, now let's check on the jambalaya. Or the jambalaya, yes. I'm a little nervous because I've never made jambalaya before, and yeah, so we'll see how it turns out. All right, so it did fit. It looks really good, everyone. Let me show you. So you can probably see over here better. Right there. So that's our jambalaya. Yeah. I'm going to take a close-up photo of that, and I'm going to give it a nice mixing. There's no shrimp in there. We're going to separately cook the shrimp and add that. Okay. But, my paper towel. Okay. So I'm going to get my... It does, doesn't it? Thank you. I'm just going to give that a mixing with a spatula. Oh, I want you to see what I'm doing, too. Yeah. It does look good. Yay, it worked. It's a little bit overflowing, but it didn't overflow, so that's good. And the rice is cooked. Yeah, we have nice moist rice. We're just mixing it, okay? If I could fry this up here, I would, then I can show you. So, you know what, we could move it like that. You don't have to see, yeah, you can see a bit more. There's a rice cooker in your room. Yeah. I'm just stirring it. It smells really, really good. Oh, I didn't take my photo. I haven't added the shrimp yet. Yeah. Well, you know why it looks good? Because it's like almost overflowing. When something looks very ample and there's an abundance, it looks good. If I had only like a cup of this at the bottom of the pot, it wouldn't look that appetizing because there's not enough of it. When there's a lot of food, it looks good. And it's colorful. We had the 3 types of peppers. We had celery. A lot of red going on. I like red. I think red is a good color for food. It makes food look really good all the time. So that's one of my favorites. That's sort of why I like red peppers too. So, yeah, I won't over stir it. I'll just, yeah, because I'll probably dump it into a bigger pot to stir more thoroughly. Yeah. And I can put it in the oven to heat up for tonight because it'll probably cool down. And my guests are coming over at 7 in around 7 hours, so. I'll serve it differently there, probably in a Dutch oven. Yeah, I can use a Dutch oven. That'll look really nice on the table. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Let's see if this is ready. I think it's not ready yet. It's not even sizzling. I could fire it up. I'll fire it up. Okay. So what I could do is start to take out the ingredients for the dipping sauce. Okay. Once I have it on the right heat, I'll return to the front and do the dipping sauce, but I'll take the ingredients out. For the dipping sauce, we have a cucumber. Okay. We have a bit of this, parsley leaves. Oh, I didn't even use them all. Okay. And some coriander. And sour cream and mayo. I'm just at the refrigerator getting my mayo. Another ingredient that goes in is a dill weed, but again, I didn't want to buy like a bunch of dill. I just used 2 tablespoons, so we're gonna skip the dill. It's gonna be more of a cucumber dressing for the hummus. Yeah, not the hummus, for the falafel. Okay. Okay, let's see if we're getting the right temperature here. It has to sizzle. Not yet. Wow. Oh, you know why? It's because it's a lot of oil. If I were frying an egg, it's because there's only like 1 tablespoon of oil or a lot less, it wouldn't take as much time. And I'll get my spatulas out. We have our flipper to help us, and sometimes I use chopsticks too to help me. Yeah. Okay. Let's read the chat. It's always easier to read on the screen than my cell phone. You're drilling at the screen. Looks good. Looks great. Thank you, everyone. You can't go wrong. The rice has so many ingredients packed in it. There's turkey broth. There's beef broth. There's a tomato juice. So already you can imagine your vegetable soup with the meat broth going on in it. Very tasty. Lots of vegetables. There's a trinity of vegetables. There's the bell pepper, the celery, and onions. Yeah, onions. Yeah, plus tomatoes. Okay. A lot of those are sweet. The onions are sweet. The tomatoes are sweet. There's also carrot too. That's extra. That's not in the recipe. I just added that in. So that makes it sweet. I can hear a bit of popping, but I'll go back in a sec. Thank you for the comment, Freshu. This is a PG stream. Yeah. My countertop does look like a bunch of chopped mushrooms. I think it's marble. Yeah. Your neighbors are making dinner. What do you smell, Freshu? Yeah, it's later where you are in Germany. Oh, I think it's starting to sizzle. Just try to leave that in there. Or another trick is you throw something in there. Throw this piece of carrot. Woohoo! All right. We're ready to fry. Okay, I'm gonna get my fry screen out. It's definitely gonna splatter. But we don't want to have any emergency hospital trips. So here's our splatter screen. Okay, so thanks so much for the follow. Big nose, I like that. Big Nose. Barbara Streisand, her nickname was Big Nose in one of her movies. Okay. Okay. So, before I do this, I'm going to lower it to medium high, so to 7. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to take too long because they're going to fry at different temperatures. I have a feeling if I put it in the middle, it's going to sputter. It's pretty much deep frying. Look at all that oil. But I'm going to recycle the oil. Woo! It's making me nervous. It's So I've never made this before. I'm medium high. It's pretty high, and I normally use a deep fryer. So deep fryer is like, the deep fryer is higher, so I'm not close to the oil. Now I'm like a lot closer to the oil. Oh, it's starting to brown. I'm actually going to lower it to medium. It's starting to brown around the edges of these ones. And the trick is when you're frying something that is thick, you want it to be low and slow because you want the inside to be cooked too. Yeah. So, whoa, it's actually frying pretty, okay, medium, low. I'll have to turn those ones soon that I put in earlier because the edges are turning brown. I don't know if you can see it. There's a lot of bubbles and foam going on. This is exciting. I've never made falafel before, so yeah. I got inspiration because I was thinking that when the jambalaya is cooking in the rice cooker, I have to do another dish while the rice is cooking because the rice takes a good 45 minutes to cook, and I can't just stand there, and I say this in my shirt, I can't stand there and say, okay, let's count the timer down. We have to keep the show going, so I decided to try falafel. Hey, okay, we're squishing ourselves in here. All right. Great. I will move this, and I'll switch it to a cooling rack because we will need a cooling rack for the falafel later. I like this one. This is actually a toaster oven rack. One of my parents' toaster ovens broke, so they didn't throw out the racks, so they're handy. And I'll get paper towel too to soak up the oil. It smells good. Once the fryer is going, it smells really good. Fried food is good, it's just not healthy at all. Okay. I can go like this. Yeah. Okay. So, let's take a peek. So I noticed that some of these, wow, okay, definitely frying. If you can see that, some of them are already golden brown. All right, I'm going to raise the heat because some of them are not frying, but it's fairly quick. Okay. The big ones are harder to turn because I start to see some of the patty crumble because the chickpea is quite fragile. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It's actually really foamy. You can't see it very well. Just gonna open up the containers for the sour cream. Yogurt is commonly used. I'm using sour cream. Last week I made a spinach dip and I used a lot of sour cream, but I didn't use it all. So I have to finish this off. It's perishable and it expires June 1st, so I'm using sour cream. Yeah. There are recipes that say sour cream, and there's some that say yogurt, so I'm using the sour cream one. And a little bit of mayonnaise. It adds a bit of creaminess to it. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to get a spatula to help me out. They're fragile. They crumble quite a bit. Okay. I do need a little flipper, a tiny flipper if I had one. Ooh, okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. So some of them are actually, the big ones are actually not keeping their shape very well. Luckily, a lot of them are keeping the shape well, but they are quite fragile. Whoa. Chopsticks are useful. Chopsticks and cleavers are useful. Yeah. Yeah, some of these are not making it. I don't know why. The ones that started to brown at the edges right away when the heat was high, those ones stayed together well. So I've actually increased the heat to maximum. I think that lowering the heat actually made it worse in terms of keeping the shape. So yeah, nothing's broken, but I can feel some of them are tender. Like they will break. I can feel it. But we have a couple that are, oh great, like, yeah, the ones that, like this one looks pretty good. So I'll let it finish off before I touch the others. Yeah. It smells good though, the fried hummus. It's funny because hummus is associated as being healthy, but falafel, you can see that the hummus is it's swimming in the oil. It's not healthy at all. Yeah, some of them are not brown. I think it's because I lowered the heat. So, yeah, I don't know. So I'll just sort of leave it there. I'm a little confused why the others are not browning. I mean, it's, and I can't see anything anymore. I think the chickpeas are breaking down and going into the oil. Whoa, this broke. I was lifting it and it just broke. So we're gonna have some broken ones. I can only serve the nice ones tonight. Okay. Wow, it's actually breaking the longer I go. It just broke on me. Uh-oh. I'm confused why it wasn't breaking and then it started to break. I think maybe softening them up makes it break. Okay, there you go. Oh, this was broken. It just broke. Tricky. Not easy to do. The small ones break less. So this is a nice one. And I can't see anything in this oil. Whoa, it just turned into this mess. That has to go in a bowl. It doesn't even, it's gonna completely, okay, but now we know that falafels are pretty fragile. My husband and I will eat the broken ones. We'll serve the nice ones to our guests. I have to find what's down there. I think there are hidden falafels that I can't see. Yeah, this is broken. Yeah. I think you're right. They can't be a certain size. So the small ones turned out really good. I think there's like hidden, there's hidden falafel under there. I can't see. Yeah. I know, what a mess, eh? We've got falafel hash. We've got a hash going on here. I'll get more paper towel, and I can't see a thing. It's all covered. I know there's hidden falafel in there, but at least we got half of them. Half of them, kind of looking okay. What's going on? Oh, they're all breaking. As soon as I can't clear this foam away. Oh wow, it's turning into like a chickpea hash. Okay. Okay, I know. We're just gonna turn it on. We've got chickpea hash going on for the rest. Okay. Oh, add some zucchini. Interesting. Grated zucchini. Wow. Okay. Well, I'll take out our strainer and we'll just have a hash with the other chickpeas. Our strainer. Looking for our strainer. It's around in this messy. It's in the sink. Okay. I use this to strain our vegetables when I was washing them. Okay. So we're gonna get another bowl and we'll have a chickpea hash. Our paper towel. The pies were nice, but they disintegrated once they were in the oil. Okay, my strainer. I'm just using my strainer because we have. Look at that. Chickpea crumbs. Oh, interesting. So tell me more about your cheesecloth tip for bread. So you put your What do you put through the cheesecloth? Okay, I want to get these out quick, instead they're gonna burn. I don't know if I'm recycling this oil. I'll try. I have a lot of coffee filters. Well, we do have one nice falafel that didn't break, but they're quite fragile. So my disclaimer is that this is my very first time making it. There's lots of crumbs left. Try to scoop as much out so it doesn't just sit there and burn. I can use a strainer as well. Yeah, I could do that. It's so foamy. So I guess this is kind of like stuffing. It looks like stuffing. Or it can go on a salad as a sprinkle. Okay. All right. Turn off the fan. All right. Okay, so let's make our dip. I'm going to move the pan over to the top of your screen so that it doesn't keep burning those crumbs. And let's make our cucumber dip. There's no dill in it, but it'll be a cucumber dip. And we'll use our cutting board. Our cutting board was used for the falafel, so it's meat free. Okay, so I'm reading. Was it hot enough? It was hot originally, and the first few came out okay, and then I did lower the heat because I was actually worried about it being too hot. But then I raised it again, so there's our our experience of the day, but half of them came out okay. That's unfortunate. And it's the small ones that came out okay. The larger patties didn't, so they do have to be a certain size. Yeah. But I want to research more. They make it sound so easy in the recipe that you just fry them up and they work. There's no warning about potential crumbling. Yeah. Okay. Fresh. I'm reading your tip. Okay, strain the zucchini through the cheesecloth to get the liquid out. I added egg. I added 1 egg. Maybe another egg would have helped. The oil just got too hot. Well, I didn't use a deep fryer. Deep fryer has a temperature setting. I used the stove top to do a shallow pan fry. Yeah, well, I did have a lot of oil. It's possible I had too much oil and but it should still work. The more water you strain through the zucchini, the better. That's right. And we do the same tip for wrapping dumplings and spring rolls and even the falafel. I didn't want any of the ingredients wet. I wanted it to bind, but we got half of them looking like falafel. So yeah, and I'll have that in your screen so you can see it. Don't break on me. There, and some of them are broken. But you can see it. Oh, you can't really see it. Here, you can see it better. Okay. Okay, let's do our cucumber dip. Great. I have our clear bowl. I'll just wipe it a bit with some paper towel that I had for the Cajun seasoning. And I'm guessing we're ready to plate in approximately 7 minutes. The dip won't take long at all. That's pretty good for 2 items on the stream in just under 4 hours. So when I first started streaming, I would do a lot of items and multiple items, and when I had few viewers, they went quicker because I wasn't talking a lot. But I like the talking, so don't get me wrong. I do like the viewership. But once I got more viewers, the streams started to get really long because I would do multiple items. And then I scaled it down to 1 item per show to keep it under 3 hours so that all of you can see the finished product before going offline. So yeah, so 2 items in 4 hours is not bad. So we're going to peel and actually I'm not going to peel. I'm going to de-seed it, get the liquid out. Okay. Oh, the egg would have caused the foam. Okay. Ah, that's right. The broken falafel looks like dress like stuffing, or it looks like croutons. It really does. I could do that. I can top it with that. I have this this package of Indian fried onions, and that's a seasoning in Indian dishes. I bought it just out of curiosity. I didn't use it for an Indian dish. I added it to schnitzel actually, in the batter. So when I was doing the last stage where I was coating the meat with the breadcrumbs, I added a bit of the deep fried onion bits in there. It didn't make a huge difference because I didn't add a lot, but I thought that might be fun just to make it cross-cultural, a little bit of Indian flair going on with the schnitzel recipe. I do that often, try to make things cross-cultural. I also haven't done the shrimp, but I might leave that out. I think we've got a pretty flavorful jambalaya. Yeah. Oh, just so that you can see, because you can't see the camera, I'll bring it over. Yeah, so you can have a nice view of it while I'm cutting these cucumbers up. Hi, Mary Contrary, how are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We're getting close to presentation. We did make falafel. You can see it in the smaller camera. A lot of them broke. Yeah, I might have made them too big, and they broke while frying, which is too bad. I hate to disappoint on this stream because I'm supposed to be showing, but I guess it's a learning lesson too. Some of them worked, and then we know the reason why. Chickpea doesn't bind together. They're all dry ingredients, so it's not quite like hamburger patties. Yeah. So I'm dicing these cucumbers up. I'm making a little. I think yeah, it's easy to make more if the guests need it. But my husband doesn't eat sour cream, so I know he's not going to eat it. And my friends will. So I'm making a little bit. Yeah, food is good even if it's broken. Thank you. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm just cutting up these cucumbers. I will cut up some parsley substitute, which is celery leaves. Celery leaves are parsley substitute. Thanks so much, Fuzzy Wuzzy. Oh, that's a really sweet name, Fuzzy Wuzzy. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, we're just making a simple cucumber dip to go with the falafel. And I'm cutting up celery leaves, which are a parsley substitute. I added celery to the jambalaya. And I didn't have parsley. I have coriander or cilantro, which I'm going to use. I'm going to use some of our cilantro. Yeah. This is more Asian. And parsley is more European or Mediterranean. Or Middle Eastern. So we're doing a bit of both. Okay. Dill is often used. I don't have any dill. It's so we're skipping that. Just making a simple dip. A lot of foods were accidental. That's right. Oh, the Reese's cup was made based on an accident. I didn't know that. You guys are so encouraging. Thank you. Cooking is like painting. Never any mistakes. Just happy, delicious accidents. Yes. Thank you. Everyone is so nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll grab a big spoon for the dip and we're done. We're pretty much done. And I'll plate and take our photos for Twitter. So, going to... I've got seeds going on. I'll try to plant these in our garden. I'll try to plant the cucumber seeds too. Never tried that. Yeah, okay. The cucumber. Then, salt and pepper. Pepper and salt. The salt pig and pepper, they're right here. I mean, the parsley leaves and celery leaves are not exactly the same, but they are considered a pretty decent substitute. Okay, pepper and a bit of salt. Yep, so this is our salt pig. Guess it does kind of look like a pig. Okay, just about a quarter teaspoon, not much. I actually do have parsley. I have dried parsley, so I'll just put that in since we have parsley going on in here. Okay. Yep, and we'll add some sour cream. I'll add about a quarter cup. And go from there. I think I'm gonna start with a couple spoons of mayonnaise, just a big blob of mayonnaise. Approximately 2.5 so ooh, yeah, it'll be nice and creamy. Okay, I'm just gonna double dip and use this because this is gonna expire June 1st, so put that in a little bit more. Start with that. Yeah. I can probably use it all the sour cream. We're not using it for anything else. And what chefs do is, because you make a mess, like the sides of the bowl become all yucky looking or messy. Not messy or yucky, but just you can't see, the bowl's not as nice anymore. That's pretty good. I like it quite chunky like that. So I'll save the rest plain in case some of my guests want to have it plain tonight. I like it chunky. It's pretty nice. What they do is you get some paper towel and just wipe. I'm going to use my finger. My finger. Then I'll wipe because I want to lick my finger, then I can actually taste it. Yeah, this is a very raw. Good. The mayo adds a bit of creaminess, so it's approximately 1 mayo to 2 sour cream. That's the ratio. And that's the ratio too for a lot of dips in general. You don't have to add the mayo, it's optional, but it does make it quite nice and creamy. So that's it. I'll wipe the sides down. So our dip is ready. Okay, so we will start plating. Okay, let's get a close-up look at that. It's good, especially with the mayo added to it. It sort of cuts the sourness of the sour cream. Yeah. Okay. Okay, make this place a little bit more clear for you all. Da, da, da. Wow, quite messy back there. Okay, and this is a cucumber. It's in your frame. Put these in the fridge, the perishables. Okay, it's looking a lot better. Then I'll get our cake stand out. I need a step ladder to reach for it because it's high. All right, I'm back. Okay. I'm going to just take a photo of the jambalaya because it's before I mix it up. So I get my phone and some broken falafel just for fun to show that it didn't work and explain why it didn't work on Twitter. Okay, let's plate. Okay, so we've got broken falafels are upscale. Okay. Oh yes, the dip is usually made with yogurt. I did manage to see a sour cream recipe, so I was thinking, okay, I'm going to do sour cream because I have a lot left over from last week's dinner, and I like to use up my product, so I didn't bother buying a yogurt. And I saw that you can do this with sour cream with mayo. Very nice combination. But remember, it's 1 part mayo to 2 parts sour cream, and you get a good consistency. Very, very nice. The mayo adds that creaminess, and it also neutralizes some of that sourness of the sour cream. But sour cream is good on its own too. Broken falafels are upscale. All right. So this is our jambalaya. Okay. And just to recap, I use jasmine rice, but you can use other kinds of rice too. I had sauteing in the background, some sausage, onion, 3 types of red pepper, like red pepper, orange pepper, yellow pepper, carrot, and celery, all sauteing. I had some bacon cut up as well. Then I cleaned my rice. I added almost a full can of tomatoes, including the tomato juice, right into the rice cooker. I added the sauteed meat and vegetables. I added a turkey leg in there because I had that. So we have some bits of turkey in there. And I added some barbecue pork at the end. I didn't add shrimp. Yeah, I just sort of ran out of space, and I think we're pretty good. We have a lot going on. It'll be flavorful. So let's serve it up. There's something I like to do. I think this is fun. I'm going to use a funnel I'm going to use a funnel and I'm going to put the jambalaya in there. I'm going to put the toppings right at the bottom. A lot of toppings ended up at the top because the rice was put in first so that it's at the bottom to cook better. Okay, so then I'm going to do more like plain rice, which is at the bottom of this pot in the funnel. I like this method. I learned this when I was doing the stream for one of our moderators' birthday, Shire Tone. In his culture, Indonesian culture, the yellow rice, the yellow coconut rice, the turmeric coconut rice is served in a funnel shape. And I was thinking, how do I get a funnel shape? And I was thinking I needed to hack a mold. I was looking everywhere. And then I realized when I opened my drawer that the day of the stream that I have a funnel, of course. It's actually more of a cone shape, more pointy, more thin. But yeah, a cone and a funnel are pretty close in shape. So I'm packing it down, okay? You might not have seen this before. I've done it on my stream before, but it's not a common thing. Okay. Pack it. I hope we don't have any accidents. Okay. Like this. Okay. Put this off to the side. Okay. Then I'll grab I'm going to grab a broken falafel. Since I never finish on the show, so I just broke it even more. So I'm gonna have broken falafel. Okay. But we're gonna cover the broken part with the dipping sauce. And you can eat this in pita as well. There. Okay. Bring it closer to you. Yeah. And you don't need the oven screen, although it's good though. It makes it look more like Twitch if you have the multiple cameras going. Okay. Yeah, it's nice to have this in the screen. And same with the lemons, or yeah. Okay. Then I'm gonna get some of the broken falafel. I'm gonna use it as a garnish. Oh, I also have cilantro, which makes a wonderful garnish. Okay, because we have a lot of red going on in the jambalaya, not a lot of green. So we're gonna cut the red with some green. Also the plate is green. Okay, great. Yeah, that's right, I don't have to bang on it. Okay, so let's uncover this funnel. Yay! It also has a tip. That's so funny. I've never seen that. Okay. And let's get, I'm going to get a spoon to sprinkle some of this broken falafel. It'd be nice if it was a different color, the broken falafel. Just looks like crispy bits. On other shows, we've had strawberry roses, pomegranate. What else did we do to garnish? Yeah. Some cherry tomatoes would be nice, but I don't have any. Oh, I know. I have some tomatoes that I left over from the can, so let me just add a couple clumps somewhere. I'll put one on top of the falafel because there's the dip. And I'll put it. They're not. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Leftover tomato from yesterday's hamburger. A couple of slices. So, got a slice of tomato. Slice of tomato. cut it up. Okay, there. There, I can put a tomato slice onto one side. Okay. I can show you in the webcam. There. Okay. Okay. It's a little messy looking. I don't like that. Let's. This is heavy in one hand. I guess I can put these on the sides. They look nice. Oh, I know, because you guys can see the sink very, if I go like that changes things. There. All right. And I can take my photo. So you're in the photo, so smile. You can see my laptop and my chat on the side. So you guys will be in the picture. And there's like tons of groceries sitting on my dining table behind the laptop because Mr. Cook for Fun couldn't put them away because I'm streaming. He doesn't go in the frame. So yeah. And a close-up. This isn't my nicest. I've done more. Death Vader reminded me, I did a stream where I did a pineapple fried rice, and the pineapple was converted into a boat. The shell was the base of the boat, and the crown. I think the crown was a decoration. I don't remember, but the base was cut into half and turned into like a boat. We had a couple of chopsticks and a napkin as a sail for the boat. And we had little, in the fried rice, we had little hot dog pieces, and those were cut into crowns. Those were cut into crown shapes. So they look like mateys. They look like the staff that works on the boat. And then we had a carrot as a cannon. Well, that was pretty funny. All right. The pineapple boat and the broken falafel. Those are great restaurant names. Pineapple boat. It does sound nice because it's fruity. It's tropical. Broken falafel. All right, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna put this dip in the fridge so it stays fresh. Okay. Okay. Mange. What should I try first? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try the broken falafel first. Oops. Because I don't have to cut it, it's already broken. So, okay, I'll get a piece that doesn't have as much of the dip first. I kind of know what it's going to taste like. It's pretty much hummus that's deep fried. Yeah, it tastes like falafel. It's just looser. When I bite, it disintegrates right away. I think in the store, the falafel keeps its shape. Just like what happened in the pan, it pretty much breaks really easily, but that's okay. There's a strong chickpea taste because I didn't add any breadcrumbs to it. I wonder if that would have helped to bind everything together. I'm not sure that it would have because breadcrumbs are separate pieces of itty bitty bread pieces. So there's nothing that can really make it stick together. I think it's the egg, and yeah, it doesn't stick. It doesn't. It's not a bean that sticks together. So I think that size does matter. I think if it's smaller, it's less likely to fall apart, but they're quite fragile. But I want to look into why the ones in the restaurant don't fall apart. See if there's a trick to it, because often there is a trick. Gluten appetite, that's right. So I'm trying the broken falafel bits. It's definitely a topping. It's definitely a topping. Because they're toasty, they're very crumbly, and you don't taste the chickpea as much. I do taste chickpea quite a bit in the falafel. I think the ones in the restaurants probably have more breadcrumb going on, but there's a strong chickpea taste in the version we cooked today. They're good though, very nice and fresh. I like that. I like being able to taste that chickpea flavor. I feel that when I have falafel in the restaurant, it's a crispy ball, but it's not necessarily a crispy chickpea ball. It's just a crispy ball. So I like that I can really taste the chickpea. Okay, some dip. Yes. So the falafel in today's recipe, Mary, had one egg, and the egg helped to bind it together and to form balls into it. I don't know if other recipes have egg in them, but I would think that it's not uncommon to use it because it's food that just falls. I think chickpea just falls apart really easily. Even hamburger has egg in it too. When you're making a meatball or anything that has to bind together, egg is often used. Even dumplings often have egg in it too, so that it doesn't fall apart on you when you're biting into it. Even though there's a wrapper around your dumpling or a wrapper around your spring roll, it's not quite like a burrito where everything falls apart. It's supposed to be chewy and be solid. But so I hope you haven't been eating them thinking that you can't eat eggs or yeah, but only one egg. So now I'm trying it with the dip, but I already sampled it with my finger back then, so I know what it tastes like. And dip is always better. So for the broken falafel bits, it can pretty much use as a dressing only. I wouldn't eat it straight. It's almost like eating breadcrumb. It's just toasty bits. It's definitely more of a dressing, or like croutons. So we'll have to save that for something. Yeah, I'll probably use it as a side with the rice when I serve my guests, and say that you can top your jambalaya with these falafel croutons. I like the cucumber in the dip. I really do. So the reason why we took the seeds out was to also prevent the sauce from being runny, like the liquid. We want to control the liquid so that there isn't much of it, so that it stays creamy. And that's similar with falafel or meatball. We don't want too much liquid in it so that it will fall apart. So liquid is really an enemy in today's theme. Flying croutons. Yeah. I think they make a great topping though, for sure. Yeah. I'm actually going to finish the falafel on screen because it's good. I usually don't do that. I probably won't finish the rice on screen. I'll just try it because it's a lot of rice. It's not a lot of rice, but to do it in front of you guys, like eat it all, it's a lot. I can definitely eat a couple of these. Oh, okay. So you found 3 recipes that don't use egg for the falafel. Okay. Interesting. It's a specific kind of protein. It acts as a glue. Beef does also know how that glue. Okay. Okay. Ah, interesting. This is very, very technical. I haven't gone down to researching that far about why certain meatballs or patties or falafels stick together better than others, but that's good to know. Okay. So Brandon and Lisa, so the recipes for falafel that you saw, do they have any separate binding agent, or you know what? They might just be formed into smaller balls so that they cook faster, they fry faster, then you take them out. And I think the longer I left the falafels in there, the more the chickpeas had a chance to sort of soak up the oil, and then once it soaked it up, it was easy to separate that way. I think when you fry it quickly, the outer edge fries up, and it sort of creates a seal to prevent the inside from breaking up. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. Okay. So maybe that's why I made them too big. So they should have been. You know, the recipe I used said to turn them into patties. So if they're patties, they can't be really tiny discs. So that's good to know. I'm a little bit wary about doing this again. I will try it again though, but I'll make sure to make them tinier. Yeah, and usually in the restaurants they are smaller. The dipping sauce is nice. Thank you so much, Frosted Flake, for tuning in and following. And you're in time for our food sampling of the foods that we made today, the jambalaya and the falafel. Yeah. You can see in the small webcam that our falafels are kind of broken. They disintegrated during the frying process, so we're learning how to keep them together. They looked great though when I was forming them. The patties looked, the shape of them, they looked so nice. And then that happened. Yeah. Like the first couple that I made started to form this nice golden edge around them. They looked great. And then as time went by, the others didn't follow suit. I did lower the heat a little bit, just to a medium, and all the patties started to like fall apart with a few that could stay intact. Practice makes perfect. That is right. Some kind of starch could help. You know what? Often dumplings require the addition of cornstarch in them. Yeah, I wonder if that would have helped. I didn't use breadcrumb, but I wonder if cornstarch could be a good binding ingredient. Topped with the falafel crisp. Yeah. Yeah, I think the chickpea crumbles would be great in salad. Yeah, and Mr. Cook for Fun bought a head of leafy lettuce, so I'm glad. I was thinking for tonight I might need to serve some vegetables on the side, like a salad. I didn't stream it because it's just going to be lettuce, tomato, mushroom, and some Caesar dressing. Nothing that involves skill. But that's a good idea. I'm going to do that, especially since we don't have a lot of falafels to serve. I'll just plate those nicely and put a plastic cling wrap over those. I mean, each person can just have one piece. It's not that interesting. Then we have the jambalaya. Then we can have a salad with the crispy bits as a crouton topping. I think that's a great idea. There is a Middle Eastern salad called fattoush, and I think the salad base is just is it healthy? It's deep fried. But I think the salad base is like lettuce. It's very similar to a garden salad base. And then as a topping, there's toasted pita, and that's really good. Instead of croutons, there's toasted pita. That is very, very nice. So yeah, and I have pita in the fridge too, so I could do that. But I have my toasty, crispy falafel bits, so that's how we will get those bits consumed. Okay, that's right. An alternative to bacon bits for Caesar. Yes, yeah, provided that the Caesar is a vegetarian. Sometimes it has anchovy in your Caesar dressing. Yeah, you can help me finish up the food, Mary. Deep fried is healthy in America. Pita bega fajita on a pita. Ha! I like that, fajita on a pita. Wait a minute. Fajita on a pita. Yeah, that makes sense. Fajita on a pita. Would that mean it's got two wraps? Because it's a fajita on a pita? Or it's like the wrapper is replaced with pita instead of fajita wrapper? Or fajita wrapper, is that simply burrito wrapper? Fajita on a pita. What's a pita bega? Oh, fajita in a pita. Okay. So it's a double layered wrap. We put fajita in the pita. Is that an actual dish? Fajita in a pita? I want to look that up. Is that really? Or is that a tongue twister you decided to let me try? Now for the jumbo. Anything is a dish if you're brave enough. That is true. Okay, let's dig in. Okay, I know I can already smell the fragrance because there's a lot of tomato in it. There's beef broth, there's turkey broth, there's a lot of veggies. Okay. I can actually taste everything that's in there. Like everything blended together so nicely in the rice cooker. Like I can taste the tomato because there's a lot of tomato. I can taste the meat broth, the rice. Like I didn't cook the rice with water. I cooked it in broth, and it definitely absorbed all the flavors. I can taste that. So we did remove some of the tomato because we felt that one can looked kind of overboard for the amount of rice in there. So there's a nice balance between the meat broth and the tomato. Like the tomato isn't overpowering. Like this is our tomato can. It's pretty big. And we took this much tomato out. So that's approximately 2/3 of that can we use, which is a lot of tomato. We also added the tomato juice to it, the brine. So it's in there, it's infused the flavors. There are bits of sausage, bacon, and some barbecue pork. I also put a turkey leg in there, but then I carved off the meat and took the bone out because we were running out of space in the cooker. It was sort of overflowing. So yeah, I don't know if I grab any turkey bits. That's okay. There's definitely a lot of flavor, and it's a meal on its own. You can just get a bowl of this in front of the TV and eat it, and all your flavors are there. But it's very soulful. Like I don't know if that's how you describe it, but with the rice flavored by all these ingredients and cooked together in the same pot, every bite is consistent, and it's packed with a lot of flavor. It's good. I think this is a fun dish to make with kids. If you have kids, like they can, if you get one of those ceramic knives that aren't sharp, it can be safe for them to cut, or maybe the adults can do the cutting. The kids can mix in the Cajun seasoning. Add the rice to the pot, open the can of tomatoes, add them in, push the rice cooker button, and then it's done. So we made this in a rice cooker. It's usually made in a big pot over the stove. But I have seen rice cooker recipes for jambalaya online, and I thought, let's try it, because that way I can have it cooking and I don't have to watch it, and I can work on the falafel. That way I can multitask. It's always good to do stuff that could save time and to just help out in the family. And I sort of I became interested in making other rice cooker dishes. I want to try a rice cooker chocolate cake. Yeah, I want to try that. Have that going in the background while I cook something else. So yeah, I can't wait to do that. We do quite a bit of experimenting, Brandon and Lisa. We do. We are not very strict on following the recipe down to a T, but we do make logical substitutions. It's not like we're going to skip the rice in jambalaya because we don't have rice, because then that's the main ingredient, rice. We do think about the substitutions for sure. Yeah, like we didn't have parsley, so we used celery leaves. That's a substitute for parsley. We also had some cilantro, so we sort of made it work differently, but we still made it work. And just to sort of promote cooking, to people living internationally, if you don't have access to certain ingredients, but you really want to try a dish, you can often work with what you have. Like you can, like I did mention last week, potato French fries or taro French fries if you don't have access to potatoes. So Mary Contrary, I was mentioning last time I made taro fries. They were chewier, but then my mom cooked. She boiled the taro that I didn't eat, and they became really soft. And I wondered, maybe I should have par-fried the taro longer so the inside could have turned out softer. I think it takes more boiling time than potato. And had I par-fried it longer, I would have had a much more creamier, softer internal texture for the taro fry before doing my double fry method and just cranking up the heat to 400 and doing the outer golden layer for the crispy taro fry. So I'll have to give that a go again. I'm not going to give up, but I think that could work too. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited because it was really, really tasty when my mom just plain boiled them. I had forgotten what taro tasted like. So if you're just newly tuning in, taro, it's a root vegetable that resembles cassava or yuca, if you're kind of familiar with that in Hispanic cooking in the U.S. It's a root vegetable. It is definitely like, it's definitely a relative of a potato. It's starchy, it's potatoey. It's the flesh is white with these little like particles in them, these like purple strands in them. And when you cook them, it looks purple, like a light lavender purple. Yeah, and then the skin is like a fuzzy skin, kind of like what you see on a tree. Not quite so much like a kiwi, but yeah, more like a tree. It's almost like a bark. Okay, so you have fajitas and pitas. Okay. Okay, it's the real thing. Okay, I'll look that up. But what about the rutabaga? Is that real? It is a hearty comfort food for sure. Anything that you cook in a pot and let it simmer with the flavors infusing for a long time and then you eat it later, those are associated with being soul foods, similar to soups, yeah, and porridge, yeah. So we do try a bit of new things here. We're pretty creative here, I would say. We do a lot of cross-cultural cooking here. Yeah, this is Middle Eastern and this is Creole here. Last week for Mother's Day, Japanese cheesecake for dessert. We did a cottage pie from the UK. That's shepherd's pie, but instead of lamb, we did a beef pork blend. We had a layer of carrot and then a layer of mashed potato over. So the layer of mashed carrot. So that's kind of different, but I saw that in a recipe and I was intrigued to try a layer of mashed carrot and it was really good. We have a couple of young nieces, so it's kind of like baby food. It's also easy for them to digest and eat. We also had Vietnamese spring rolls and Vietnamese summer rolls. Well, we had a turkey too. And what else did we have? We had something else. We had spinach dip. We have another item too. Don't remember. I feel like, yeah, I should know though. It was a long stream. It was 6 hours long. Yeah, it'll come to me. It's on my page though. Yeah, so it was quite a blend. We had the British food, we had the Asian food, we had Vietnam, like Southeast Asian, and then like Northern, like Japan. I feel like there's something else that we included that I forgot. We do that a lot. Yeah, and the week before we did rice pudding pies from Finland. That was a viewer's request. Jambalaya today is a viewer's request. Death Thader mentioned it one time. Rice cooker chocolate cake, yeah, I'm excited. It's supposed to be very easy, and the cake comes out moist, which is always a challenge. Like if you over bake it, your cake will be dry. So everything's is cooked by steam cooking. I've never done it myself, so hopefully nothing goes wrong. But I'm more confident about that than this broken falafel that I made. If I make this dish again? Oh, okay, jambalaya. No, I think you can be very creative with it. I think you can add the meat you want, you can add the vegetable you want, and you can add your soup broth. You can make it vegetarian by doing a vegetable broth and just no meat and lots of vegetables that you like. I think that works. I haven't tried other jambalayas, so I don't have a frame of reference to compare. I've never had this dish before. I'm making it and eating it for the first time on today's stream. The falafel, yeah, I'd make it differently. I'd make them smaller. I'd watch more YouTube videos so I can actually see the cook in action and see that the falafel balls are not breaking on camera. That's what I'd do differently. I would try again, but it's pretty easy for the chickpea dough to crumble. It looked good when I started cooking it, and then I don't know, it sort of went downhill from there. And don't turn the heat down to medium. That's all right. Yeah, I mean medium high. I guess the chickpea absorbed a lot of the oil, and then it just decided to disintegrate. It has to be high to stick it together. Taro bubble tea is your favorite. Bubble tea. So if you're not familiar with that, bubbles, it's a really strong tea with usually it's got some milk in it, usually some evaporated or condensed milk in it, and it's got bubbles in it. Those bubbles, those are tapioca pearls. They're literally these like jelly bubbles. They're pretty much jelly bubbles, pretty firm jelly bubbles that are brown in color, made of tapioca starch. And the shops will buy them, boil them down, and add them to the tea. And it's called bubble tea because of the bubbles in it. So taro, so Mary's referring to a flavor of the drink. It's not all, a lot of them are tea based with other flavors added to them, or they might not be tea based. They could be just a drink with the bubbles added to them. And typically they have milk in them. Most of them do have milk, but taro, yeah. A lot of those tend to be powdered drinks. I don't know if I've seen fresh taro, bubble tea. Yeah, but yeah. But it's very, very good. It's one of my favorites. So is red bean. Yeah. Yeah, so this is very good, jambalaya. It's all preparation, cutting everything up and sticking it into your pot, cooking the rice, and then let everything cook. With a rice cooker, you just leave it alone. If you have a pot, you sort of have to watch it, stir it, make sure it doesn't stick to the edges. Yeah. But I think I'll try falafel again. I don't know when. And I'll try to just keep the heat high. I was worried about burning though, because the couple that turned out, they turned brown almost right away. And the others weren't even in there yet. So I just sort of lowered it so that they wouldn't be overcooked. Yeah, so I think it's one of those things you have to watch carefully. Okay, fresh fruits. Chicken fajita in a falafel. Chicken fajita in a falafel. Or or on a... Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. Or you can put the falafel in the chicken fajita. It's really good though. The tomato is very, very comforting. The tomato flavored rice. It's not even strong either. Okay, well, the sampling is done. I never finish on camera because I'm not used to doing that. But I want to thank you for tuning in today. I'll try to get our friend to join. Let's see if he is around. Okay, let me send a text to get Winston down here. He always wishes everyone a good day, a good week ahead. So, yeah. So, just hollering out to Mr. Cook for fun. Yeah. Okay. You're in and on or backwards today. That's all right. Falafel. That's what someone else said too. So I think we're probably going to try rice cooker chocolate cake next week. I don't know what else. I have to check my notes for other recipes. Or I might do the Belgium Dutch cake. Yeah. Because a chocolate rice cooker cake isn't a viewer's request. I should sort of go in order to see whose request hasn't been addressed yet. Falafel fondue. Falafel fondue, yes. Dip your falafel in the cheese. Fondue actually doesn't refer only to cheese. There's chocolate fondue as well. In the Asian culture, there's a lot of communal cooking. So sukiyaki, which I described earlier for Japanese cooking, is one of them. We have your teriyaki sauce and your sliced meats. Oh, Mr. Cook for Fun can't see my message. Might be outside doing some... Let me find Winston. I'll be right back. Hold your horses. Hey, Winston, where are you? Winston? Is Winston around? Alright, Winston's coming. Oh, before we sign out, we're our little friend Winston, also the mascot and cheerleader for Cook for Fun, would like to wish you all a wonderful week ahead. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you're in a time zone that's ahead of ours, enjoy your night. And also, thank you again for joining in. Thanks to the new viewers and the new followers, and to the moderators who volunteer and make our community a very welcoming one for all the viewers. So thanks so much. Enjoy your day. Hey, sit. Sit. Good boy. I know you smell lots of food. All right, okay. Ciao. He's 20 pounds. Okay, I don't want you to fall. And you can't eat human food. Whoopsies. Okay. Bye. I know it smells good.